Oh my goodness, it is about to go down right now. The Koran is stolen. And worst of all, it's not just stolen, it is an absolute theft of Hebrew and Christian myths. This, according to the one and only Christopher Hitchens in chapter 9 of God Is Not Great, the motherfucking champ is here!
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, then won't find what we got.
It's interesting how atheists act like they know more science than actual scientists. So tell them to come and debate me.
Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift.
I think believing in God is step one. If you don't even believe in a God, then why would we start debating like which God is the right one? I think believing in God is step one.
Yeah, I don't really think you can get to the Christian God through science idea of God you believe in. Do you want to talk about that on this?
But I don't have, I haven't looked into that very much.
Okay,
I read the Bible.
Jerome wants to know, can we ask your guest where she's currently sitting?
I'm sitting in a lab. I work here every day.
Not impressed.
Taylor Swift.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans.
Well, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
Guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going? Nowhere.
This. I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm
just
not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid disagreement. Paul had a revelation from heaven. That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely...
Yeah, I agree.
No, it's connected to the statement that was
raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the book of Corinthians.
Paul was talking about.
Paul was, the women should remain silent.
Shut up!
Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
And a woman can't teach over me. And so there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks are coming. Fireworks. I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
Islam is a disgusting, evil, violent, stupid religion for imbeciles. And you know what? If somebody is under the sound of my voice right now, hearing this on the internet, and you're a Muslim, you know what? Then instead of getting mad that I'm calling you stupid, pick up this book and read it and see how stupid it is. And then pick up this book and let the tears roll down your face and say, this is the Word of God. It's got power. And then pick up this book, Islam, there's no comparison. And then pick up this book, following God. And then pick up this book, this is the Word of God. And then pick up this book. You know what's hateful? The gospel.
Live from Sacred Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Are you ready? Counter-Apologetics. And now, please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club.
As seen on Pocket Locker 86 TV.
He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment.
I'm just a sexy boy. Can't help it.
He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology.
That's a whole lot of history.
He is the virtual visionary. Mr. Dual PhD himself.
Two of them.
Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse.
Oh, yeah.
The only man.
Let's get it going.
Investments blessed by Pine Creek. The most high apostle of the cult of the
Let everybody
blind
know
man.
you're here, folks.
He is none other than the outlaw prince, the one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker BUNDY.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready for the Atheist Crew Book Club? ACBC is in the motherfucking building. I'm ready to slap a thieves upside their head. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Their knees get weak. Whenever Jay's around, they see me walk. They hear me talk. I make them feel like they're on cloud nine. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Woo, let's go. Eat your heart out, girls.
Hands off the
Oh, Liberty Bell, the most sexy, beautiful United States championship is in the place to be. Let's start the show.
boy. I'm not your boy toy.
I'm just a sexy boy.
I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Woo! I'm just a sexy boy. Get it, 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 get it. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. Welcome, welcome, Ooh, welcome everybody to a very, very special episode of the Atheist Crew Book Club. Tonight we will be talking about chapter 9 of Christopher Hitchens, God is Not Great. But folks, of course, before we do, gather around the refiner's fire, gather around in the spirit of fellowship. It is your boy Pocket Locker in the building, and as always, folks, I am in airplane mode. Woo, let's get it.
Ready for takeoff?
Folks, if you're live on Pocket Locker 86 on YouTube, Jay Bundy on YouTube, the link to call in is pinned in the chat. Wesley Curry the second is joining me right now. Let's go.
Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Brian James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets, cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island.
Moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Split the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just to front, nigga. Goddamn.
What? Tell a story. Had to grow up quick.
My own rules. Had my first child, got it.
Jumping with music.
Can't really hang with nobody who lose.
Nah.
I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas as distant. Know you get cropped if you.
It's not a game, folks. This is my cousin, OG Roddy. Go to itsairplanemode.com right now.
From where I started balling now. Chris Paul and Cass got him steady calling for the mode, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back, and that's all fact.
All right, folks. Before we get into the main attraction of the evening, listen, welcome to the cult of the flying man. As the Most High Apostle, I do have priestly duties to take care of. We need to take care of our communion ritual before we get into today's program. So go ahead, folks. Okay, I don't know if you've got something alcoholic or non-alcoholic, some water or some soda. All right, whether you're a heathen or a believing, please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours, who flied for our sins forever and ever. Get your drink on. Oh, the spirit of doubt is so refreshing tonight. Let's go! God damn it, y'all. I can't find my bell. Why did I find my bell during sound check? Hashtag unprofessional. All right, folks, we'll get the bell back. All right, Wesley's waiting. We got one more song, our official communion song, while I partake of the burning bush that, as you know, our sacraments around here, sex, drugs, and rock and roll. This one comes to you courtesy of OG Roddy from Lyle Guardia. Okay, it is going to be our communion song. Shout out to Lyle Guardia for collaborating with our worship team. This one is called the MJ Interlude. And after that, we have got the Koran is stolen from Hebrew and Christian Myths, Chapter 9 of God is Not Great by Christopher Hitchens is coming right on up. Jam with us. It's worship music time. It's fellowship time. Heathens and believings. Everybody come together. Let's go.
In the afternoon, I lay with her. In the evening, I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she hear everything for me. In the morning, hit her faithfully. At least
and where are my joints at? Oh my goodness. The pastor is so unorganized. Hashtag unprofessional.
See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too well. I ain't even tripping cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I
one day I'll do the full MTV Cribs treatment. I'll take you guys into the Pocket Locker Palace, show you where the magic happens, you know.
She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, she turned me into the plug.
Let's go.
She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk.
I see you, what? I appreciate you. The Quran says the Son sits under the throne. My question is, when is it night on a globe? Let's go. Kia, B flat. Oh, somebody's flexing on their pitch.
They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya.
You said niggas sipping lean, ain't worried about what's in your cup. Oh!
Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya.
I don't know where my bell went.
Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning,
that's crazy, y'all. I'm gonna have to really go looking for my bell.
But I know I'm never tripping, cause
oh well, no worries, no worries.
Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't
let's go!
Yeah.
It's airplanemode.com. That's my cousin. This is his new music. I'm so proud of him. So proud of him. That's all I can say to you. Really. All right. Folks, it's time to get into Christopher Hitchens. I don't know where I put it. Maybe I actually closed the tab here. No worries. We'll get it going real quick. It's easy to find. Actually, I was responsible, y'all. I did this responsible thing today when I was preparing for the show because I'm so prepared. I made myself this little list. Didn't I? I thought I made a. Maybe I didn't make it. Maybe I didn't put it on the playlist. All right, let's do this. Christopher Hitchens, God is Not Great, Chapter 9. Boom, there it is. Zeroed on out. All right, folks, we're ready to go. We're ready to do this thing. But first, let me welcome my guest. Let's unmute him. Wesley, how you doing tonight? Hang on, I can't hear you. We're getting a big shot of your face right now. Let me make sure.
I am having too much fun.
Oh, you're great. You're great. You said you're having too much fun. Sorry, it changed my audio thing for some weird reason. That was weird. Dude, that's fantastic. I'm glad you're having a good time. Tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm not that familiar. We've seen each other in chats. We've kind of been friendly with each other in chats. Tell us a little bit about your background, what's your perspective on these things, and maybe if you're familiar with Christopher Hitchens, tell me when and how you first became familiar with Christopher Hitchens.
Yes, this is the most enlightening moment I have ever experienced in my life. Thank you. I am Wes.
Wow. Appreciate that. It's amazing. Thank you, Wes. Appreciate you being here.
I once played piano in Chicago for Second City, a comedy club where everyone from Saturday Night Live came from.
Damn.
But I did a lot of drugs.
Stories.
And got fired.
Oh, really? Ironically enough, huh?
And I lived in the alleys of Chicago smoking the devil's cock, the crack pipe, for 20 years, drawing pictures of people on the street for crack money, and then going to the Cabrini Green projects to buy my cocaine, the semen of the devil. And I would suck his dick through the glass pipe in the alleys of Chicago every day for 20 years. Then I poured milk in a Starbucks, making a shape like a decal on the dating game, and I had a vision from God, and I began to tell it, and I got off of the drugs. Then I saw Jesus at Wrigley Field in Chicago, and he was wearing a Beatles wig. Are you here with me on this?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just listening, man. This is unbelievable. It's an unbelievable story.
My name is Wesley. It's a true story.
Really?
Yeah.
So where are you at now? How did you get off? How did you make it?
I scored a big feature film. I wrote the music for a feature movie. It made a lot of money and took it and ran to the place in America where the rent is the cheapest on earth and yet still modern, new, and and fresh. So I moved to West Virginia.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
Yeah, from north side of Chicago to West Virginia. But I was from here, so I knew what I was getting into.
Got you.
I moved here so I could have super low overhead and be able to afford to sit back and make my music, my orchestral music, to network on the internet and try to get commissions for small orchestras around.
And are you still doing that?
Yes, that's what I'm doing now.
That's unbelievable. What do you play?
Yeah. I play piano. I used to be really, really hot, really at the top of the thing, and then I had a small stroke from smoking too much crack. And
oh my goodness! I'm glad you survived.
A lot of my abilities out of my left hand, not completely, but I'm about 80% on the left side now, and
wow. Yeah, I worry about that type of thing too. Playing, yeah,
I compose now. I don't really live perform anymore. My income used to be based on if I could play George Gershwin's Rhapsody in Blue at the snap of a finger, and I could. But now it's not that difficult. I don't live perform. I get a contract to write music for some movie. They pay me 50% up. I write the music. I get it approved. It goes through. I get the other 50%, and then to the next. So that's what I'm doing now.
That sounds. To be honest, I follow a lot of people that do that. To be honest, that's one of my ambitions. I've just been doing sound and music my whole life, and I'm trying to do this whole science and multimedia thing. Forgive me, viewers. I'm gonna nerd out for a bit. You'll have to indulge me. But yeah, the older and older I get, I'm into like the grown man's game, right? And to me, like mixing, producing, scoring, composing, those are all things that you just get better at with time and experience, right? So, tell me real quick about your workflow. What kind of tools and software do you use? And before anybody hates me for being this techie, yes, I'm interested. I care. So go fuck yourself.
Sure. Apple Mac Pro, 3.33 gigahertz processor speed, 32 gigabytes RAM.
Oh,
and
okay.
the samples I use East West.
You do? Okay. Hey, big bucks, but always you think it's worth it, right? I mean, they're just known as like the top of the game. Like, you're not messing around. These guys, you get what you pay for, and this is sort of paying for the best. Is that where you're at with it?
I researched every one of them. I'm happy with East West. I'd like to go and get Berlin strings with it. But I'm also I paid $1,000 for a hard drive with East West samples on it, and then they came out with the Composer's Cloud for $30 a month. So I joined that too, and then I used.
Wow. Okay, go ahead.
I use Logic Pro X.
That was my next question. Yep, that was my next question.
Yeah, I learned on GarageBand, so Logic Pro X was the logical stuff.
Yep.
Yeah, and it's working great for me. It wasn't learn it in a month on a YouTube video. Though. I was hoping it would be, but not.
See you later.
Even 3 years later, I was still finding, the polishing abilities of that, and it's a tremendous application.
And I think that's great, though, right? Because shouldn't it be that you're learning the skill, the audio, and then as you grow, it's all right there for you, right?
Yeah. I used an M Audio Keystation 88 just as a keyboard controller, and then just about 2 weeks ago, I bought a Yamaha P125 weighted action piano.
Okay.
Right over across the room
What'd you pay for that?
I paid I got a deal. I got $100 off.
Okay.
It was normally $699, $700.
Okay.
And Yamaha had a deal. If you buy something from theirs for over $500, they take $100 off of it. So I got it.
That's great. I'm a Yamaha guy. I'm a Yamaha guy.
Me too. I got it for $100 off, and I'll use it as a controller. It's 26 pounds. So if I want to do some Christmas gigs or wedding gigs or something like that, I can, easily put it over my shoulder and carry it to a gig and, and be ready to play.
You making any content or anything like that? Are you making any content or anything like that?
I made some short films that were accepted in one film festival over in London, England.
Wow, congrats. That's great.
Making films is really time consuming, detail oriented, and I just can't really afford a decent DSLR right now. If I could, I'd be making short films, probably surrealistic.
I just picked up a great camera, and honestly, it's so hard to get good gear. To me, it was all praise to the National Science Foundation. We basically got it more through the government by saying, hey, we're going to do some videos with the educational software that I'm on the team for, and my teaching mentor suggested that.
What kind of camera do you have?
I just picked up, I think it's a Canon EOS R5 maybe. It's supposed to be a really good stills camera, but then also it does 8K. I got that so that we could deliver 4K down the road. I'm mostly going to probably be doing 1080p stuff with it, but I want to be able to move around and zoom in and do a lot of Ken Burns and all that type of nonsense. And I know next to nothing, but and also I have shaky hands. But I'm gonna just jump in and talk to people like you and pick up what I can and see what happens. I'm also trying to learn how to play keys.
It's amazing here in Huntington, West Virginia. I found a Black Magic for $200 at a pawn shop, and no kidding, it's $1,500 camera. The pocket Black.
The pocket cinema. I was gonna get one. Yeah, I love that camera too.
Yesterday, I saw a Sony A7 III, the 3i, for $400 with a 55 millimeter lens for $400.
Fantastic. I got to start looking at used gear.
I haven't bought it, but I just saw it. There's every now and then things like that kind of creep up in Facebook Marketplace, or maybe you're really luck out on an FSU 100 on eBay, which would be a good camera. But but right now I don't have the camera that I want. So I'm staying off of doing the films. Maybe I do a little bit of stop motion, claymation, or animation things with my cell phone until I can afford the best camera I can handle, and then I'll go from there. It just doesn't make any sense to get cheap equipment when it comes to making a film if you want to make content.
I don't blame you. I totally think of it. When I see a lot more polished content, I just think you just can't fake good equipment. And it's just.
I don't want. I can't stand making shoddy stuff. You know, having the skills to make top stuff and then seeing top stuff, and then having shoddy equipment to try to and kicking myself in the butt that why isn't this looking great?
It's literally been the fight I've been dealing with lately is because people look at my setup and they'll see all the equipment. They go, wow, you got so much gear. And I'll be like, the equipment I have currently is holding me back. It is not helping me because what I can do and what I want to do is limited by these machines. So it might look impressive to you. You might be like, oh my God, I'd be overwhelmed. I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. I'm like, all of this shit needs to be upgraded ASAP immediately. You know what I mean? Because you're just on you're in a different place. I want to ask you where you're at with your beliefs. I'm sure people want to know you a theist, an atheist, an agnostic, indifferent. How did you end up with us Bible nerds?
Well, you know, I was smoking crack in an alley in Chicago about 18 years ago. And I heard the voice of Jesus from the sky say, "It is time." And then I heard Satan emulate Jesus and say, "Sad and delicious." And then I had that vision, and then I went around telling it. I just really gave into it, and I gave my all to it and told it in Chicago. So the effect that one time on St. Patrick's Day, when everyone is drinking green beer from 8 a.m. till 4 a.m. the next day, there were thousands of people at the river, Chicago River, where they dye it green. And I just boldly belted out, "Hallelujah, Jesus." And I started telling this vision, and like 5,000 people hushed, completely quiet, and listened to me for about 3 minutes.
Okay.
And I got afraid that they wouldn't continue their concentration, so I cut short my speech, and so I told that dream from Jesus for a long time. I was in an alley smoking crack, and Jesus put his dove on top of my head. So, you know, I got that job. It's kind of very, how do I put it, brutish. So I asked Jesus to give everybody 3 pizzas to celebrate the overturning of Roe versus Wade. I asked him to heal 2 teeth in every one of your mouths. And, you know, I didn't get any healed teeth. Mine are falling out, as a matter of fact. And I asked him to give fish and bread to everyone. And, you know, no one told me whether they did or didn't get it. You know, no one ever said anything. So I kind of believe that it happened. But no one, you know, on all the earth, if everybody on the earth got healed teeth and fish and bread, no one said a word about it to me. So yesterday I asked Jesus to put a rock in everybody's mouth. Everybody gets pebbles for their Bam Bam.
Right. So
little Pebbles cereal.
So are you
Jesus is God. I saw him wearing a Beatles wig.
Let me ask you some basic questions though. Did he rise bodily from the dead?
Yeah, he was alive before he made himself born of the Virgin Mary. He's the one that gave Moses to part the waters. Jesus wrote the 10 Commandments. Then he caused himself to be born in the Virgin Mary and lived his life.
Oh, okay.
He never lied and was in the flesh and was murdered on the cross. And they buried him dead, and he rose from the dead 3 days later.
3 days later,
and was with the apostles, and many people saw him for a little while after that, and then he flew up into the sky, and then he returned on January 4th, 2003, saying, "It is time." And Satan said, "Sad and delicious." So,
wait, how did he return in 2003?
In the clouds with all his angels.
When he appeared to you in the vision you had, like Paul, like are you saying you're an apostle? Like you had a vision of Jesus?
No, he showed me that I'm still kind of dirty. I thought I was baptized, and he lifted my head up and removed the scales from my eyes.
Okay.
And I saw my soul. And I saw the Holy Spirit was like a pearl in my belly, but the pearl was of great wealth, the size of a bowling ball or a soccer ball.
Sure.
The rest of my soul, my quote unquote baptized soul, was nothing but dead ashes. It was filthy. And those ashes are the wages of sin, death. So, I was being reprobate, and my saying I'm forgiven didn't really mean jack diddly squat to Jesus. The fact is, I wasn't washed in his blood. I was saying
hang on a second. KCA Randy, no, this isn't the guy I work with. I don't work with Wesley. We're just, I just know him from random YouTube chats with you guys, with you YouTube perverts. So, okay, cool. So Jesus and he came back. Is he coming back again, or do you go to heaven? Like, how does this whole thing end?
Well, quickly. He showed himself to me on August 25th.
Sure.
In Chicago in 2005.
Right.
He didn't say anything to me, but he looked at me like I wasn't doing enough, and I knew it. And his skin, the same color skin as Adam and Eve and Gabriel and Michael, and your skin. That is, your skin color is the same color skin.
Oh wow, interesting. Oh no, Wesley, don't tell too many people that in America, But
olive colored skin, like a Greek olive on a pizza.
Wow.
So
okay.
I was real happy to see that. He doesn't really, he walks with me, but he doesn't talk with me. He expects me to learn whatever I know about his word from the Bible.
Do you think Jesus likes you more than other people, if you're being honest? Because part of my problem is that I literally used to think I was like Jesus's little homeboy, like I was chosen with him. And then the way I talk to other people, it'd be like their walk with me and talks with me just felt a little bit more intimate than mine. And then I was always like, maybe I'm a lot further down Jesus's favorite list than I initially had thought.
Well, many are called, but few are chosen, and I'm chosen. And I'll tell you what, it's the worst job on earth because I'm hated everywhere I go. To be loved greatly by Jesus means to be hated greatly by mankind. And it also means to be ground zero for the devil. If you're greatly loved by Jesus, it means Satan is really close and really wants you dead.
So what do you think about Christopher Hitchens then? Not a big fan?
I don't know that much about him. I do know that what's coming is going to be called the Omni. And that the people that get it are really going to, this QAnon stuff isn't completely whacked out. Most of it is
Wait a minute. All right. Look, Wesley, I got to get to Christopher Hitchens, but go ahead. But go ahead. Before I let you go, I want to hear this. Go ahead. Guys, hold on to your butts. Go ahead.
Omnibar. Laser print mark. Omnibar or Omnimark or Omni, $32,523 crypto given to everyone that joins the Omni cult. And they will be made to eat the flesh of their sons and daughters.
All right. Well, you heard it here first. Wesley, when this happens, I will probably send you a direct message like, God damn it, Wesley, you were right. Thanks so much for calling in. I'm gonna get going with Christopher Hitchens, but appreciate you calling. And that was fun. Feel free to call back in whenever you'd like to chat.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Good
man.
night.
Appreciate you. All right, that was super fun. Guys, we're going to get going with Christopher Hitchens. Although I do want to extend a welcome to anybody else who would like to fill me in on some more QAnon
The Koran
stuff.
is borrowed from both Jewish and Christian myths. The doings and sayings of Moses and Abraham and Jesus, being so ill-founded and so inconsistent, as well as so often immoral, one must proceed in the same spirit of inquiry to what many believe is the last revelation, that of the Prophet Muhammad and his Koran or recitation. Here again, the angel or archangel, Gabriel, is found at work, dictating surahs or verses to a person of little or no learning. Here again are stories of a Noah-like flood and injunctions against idol worship. Here again the Jews are the first recipients of the message, and the first both to hear it and to discard it. And here again there is a vast commentary of doubtful anecdote about
Yeah, Randy, you know what though? Like, I found that I want this to be a place where people kind of open up to each other, and so I appreciate Wesley for coming on and sharing his story. And it was definitely full of twists and turns and surprises and adventures. And yeah, as much as you guys know, I think a lot of stuff is, it's not stuff I'm necessarily on board with. I'm happy to cultivate a space where people will actually tell me what they think. And so I actually think it's fun to dive into those things. But yeah, maybe if I would have gotten in more of his ideology, I would have started to feel stronger about some things. But yeah, at the end of the day, I do think those type of conversations are fun because they're definitely different than I see the world. So I'll put it that way.
the actual doings and sayings of the Prophet, this time known as the Hadith. Islam is at once the most and the least interesting of the world's monotheisms. It builds upon its primitive Jewish and Christian predecessors, selecting a chunk here and a shard there, and thus if these fall, it partly falls also. Its founding narrative likewise takes place within an astonishingly small compass, and relates facts about extremely tedious local quarrels. None of the original documents,
Yeah, for me it all
such as
just
they
depends.
can be contrasted with any Hebrew or Greek or Latin text.
But yeah, I agree with that, Randy.
Almost all of the tradition is oral, and all of it is
Also
in
depends
Arabic.
on who I'm talking to, what kind of
Indeed,
mood I'm in, to
many
be honest.
authorities agree that the Quran is only intelligible in that tongue, which is itself subject to innumerable idiomatic and
Stop the
regional
tape. Very interesting here with the sort of, how do I say this? The idea of these religions that are only properly understood in their original tongue. And before you Christians get all high and mighty, I mean, this was still a thing in Christianity. And y'all, I'm going to tell y'all some batshit crazy stuff I heard on the internet the other day, which is basically some Catholic apologist who were talking about venerating the original Latin Mass and how one of the last pope, who's now like Pope Emeritus's critique of the current Catholic Mass is that he's really more of an originalist who like favors the Latin Mass. And there's like a word for all of this that I kind of forget. And I was like, what? And so, yeah, it's still very active, even in Christianity, right? This notion that, you know, if you really want to do it right, you got to do it in the proper language, which is funny in the case of Christianity, too, with the Latin Mass, because it's obviously not the original language. So it's just kind of interesting. All right.
inflections. This would leave us on the face of it with the absurd and potentially dangerous conclusion that God was a monoglot. Before me is a book introducing Muhammad, written by two extremely unctuous British Muslims who are hoping to present a friendly version of Islam to the West. Ingratiating and selective as their text may be, they insist that, as the literal word of God, the Quran is the Quran only in the original revealed text. A translation can never be the Quran. That inimitable symphony, the very sound of which moves men and women to tears. A translation can only be an attempt to give the barest suggestion of the meaning of words contained in the Quran. This is why all Muslims, whatever their mother tongue,
so much magical thinking involved in this.
Original Arabic. The authors go on to make some highly disobliging observations about the Penguin translation by N.J. Dawood, which makes me glad that I have always employed the Picthall version, but no likely to be convinced that if I wish to become a convert, I must master another language. In my own country of birth, I'm sadly aware that there is a beautiful, poetic tradition unavailable to me because I will never know the marvellous tongue called Gaelic. Even if God is or was an Arab, an unsafe assumption, how could he expect to reveal himself by way of an illiterate person who in turn could not possibly hope to pass on the unaltered, let alone unalterable, words. The point may seem minor, but it is not. To Muslims, the enunciation of the divine to a person of extreme unlettered simplicity has something of the same value as the humble vessel of the Virgin Mary has to Christians. It also possesses the same useful merit of being entirely unverifiable and unfalsifiable. Since Mary must be presumed to have spoken Aramaic and Muhammad Arabic, it can, I suppose, be granted that God is in fact multilingual and can speak any language he chooses. He opted in both cases to use the Archangel Gabriel as the intermediate deliverer of his message. However, the impressive fact remains that all religions have staunchly resisted any attempt to translate their sacred texts into languages understanded of the people, as the Cranmer Prayer Book phrases it. There would have been no Protestant Reformation if it were not for the long struggle to have the Bible rendered into the Vulgate, and the priestly monopoly therefore broken. Devout men like Wycliffe, Coverdale, and Tyndale were burned alive for even attempting early translations. The Catholic Church has never recovered from its abandonment of the mystifying Latin ritual, and the Protestant mainstream has suffered hugely from rendering its own Bibles into more everyday speech. Some mystical Jewish sects still insist on Hebrew and play Kabbalistic word games, even with the spaces between letters, but, among most Jews too, the supposedly unchangeable rituals of antiquity have been abandoned. The spell of the clerical class has been broken. Only in Islam has there been no reformation, and to this day, any vernacular version of the Koran must still be printed with an Arabic parallel text. This ought to arouse suspicion, even in the slowest mind. Later Muslim conquests, impressive in their speed and scope and decisiveness, have lent point to the idea that these Arabic incantations must have had something to them. But if you allow this cheaper
YouTube punk, welcome back, monkey.
To Joshua's blood-soaked tribesmen, or to
also, thanks for showing people how to use the bot. Fantastic ushering, fantastic ushering, top notch.
All religions take care to silence or to execute those who question them, and I choose to regard this recurrent tendency as a sign of their weakness rather than their strength. It has, however, been some time since Judaism and Christianity resorted openly to torture and censorship. Not only did Islam begin by condemning all doubters to eternal fire, but it still claims the right to do so in almost all of its dominions, and still preaches that these dominions can and must be extended by war.
Arouse suspicion in even the slowest mind.
In any age to challenge or even investigate the claims
Hitchens is so sharp, man.
With extremely harsh and swift repression. Provisionally, then, one is entitled to conclude that the apparent unity and confidence of the faith is a mask for a very deep and probably justifiable insecurity. That there are, and always have been, sanguinary feuds between different schools of Islam, resulting in strictly inter-Muslim accusations of heresy and profanity, and in terrible acts of violence, naturally goes without saying.
And I also think that so much of this is cultural, too, because it seems like, I think this is what people mean when they talk about the way that, Christian apologetics in some sense seems to be maybe further along or a little bit fleshed out. Well, it's like, think about how much more openly Christian sects criticize each other and can be criticized. Whereas, like, we still live in a world where certain people think if you, like, make a cartoon of, the prophet and it's disparaging, like, you should die and your whole family. So, yeah. Well, that would retard the development of counter-apologetics. Yep, it definitely would. Definitely could see that.
I have tried my best with this religion, which is as foreign to me as it is to the many millions who always doubt that God entrusted a non-reader, through an intermediary, with the demanding call to read. As I said, I long ago acquired a copy of the Marmaduke Pictorial translation of the Koran, which has been certified by senior sources in the ulema, or Islamic...
Let me get rid of this extra camera, I guess.
...to be the nearest to an approximate rendition into English. I have been to innumerable gatherings from Friday prayers
in never
Tehran,
mind. The restream thing will show the first
message. In Jerusalem and Doha,
and then you'll see it later. It's fine.
And Washington, D.C.
I like that
can
better.
Attest that the recitation in Arabic does indeed have the apparent power to create bliss and also rage among those who hear it. I have also attended prayers in Malaysia and Indonesia and Bosnia, where there is resentment among non-Arabic-speaking Muslims at the privilege granted to Arabs and to Arabic, and to Arab movements and regimes, in a religion that purports to be universal. I have in my own home received Sayyid Hussein Khomeini, grandson of the Ayatollah and a cleric from the holy city of Qum, and carefully handed him my own copy of the Koran. He kissed it, discussed it at length and with reverence, and for my instruction wrote in the back flap the verses which he thought had disproved his grandfather's claim to clerical authority in this world, as well as overthrown his grandfather's claim to take the life of Salman Rushdie. Who am I to adjudicate in such a dispute? However, the idea that the identical text can yield different commandments to different people
Pause
is
the
quite familiar to
tape.
me.
Y'all, this shit is what makes all of this shit so terrifying to me, dog. It's like, who are you, human, to tell me about your petty human ape rationalization? You know, notice how we turn into like, you know, lowly natural things or whatever when the fuck they need to tell us how much better their God is. You human who's limited by the flesh and the rationality of this world, how dare you tell me how to settle this beef, this matter of holy testimony to my God, which involves my need to oppress these other people / kill them. All right? So don't come around here because you don't understand my God's perfectly just, you know, what is it? Morally justified reasons for being an asshole. You know, it's like, honestly, does it make sense to say to you guys that, like, it doesn't, I heard somebody say the other day, the idea, like, just because you can justify something doesn't make it moral, right? And so when people tell you, like, God may have morally sufficient reasons to, you know, commit genocide and kill babies and not give us the cure for COVID-19, can't we just be like, okay, but even though he might have a morally sufficient God justification, it doesn't mean that I would find it morally convincing or moral, right? Like, he might be like, well, according to my God logic, I had to not give you guys the COVID-19 cure because through people suffering and dying, more millions would come to be saved through fearing me and fearing death. And I could be like, yeah, okay, but like, you're still a piece of shit. And it would have just been like, you know, better to not be such a petty fucking asshole. Not have made all this hell and everybody needs to worship you shit from the beginning, and then definitely should have just given us the cure. You see these motherfuckers, your people. You sat up there in the clouds while your motherfucking people refused to social distance, refused to stop holding services, refused to take the motherfucking vaccines, and you're just sitting up there, God, like, no, I'm not gonna give you the vaccine. I'm not gonna give you the cure. Okay, guys? Why? All right, guys.
Listen, guys.
Yeah, here's how this is gonna go down instead. When you die, I'm gonna be like, yeah, I had it. But, humans suck. I gave y'all free will. You didn't use the free will to fucking worship me. How come you weren't using the free will to worship me? So I couldn't give it a cure. Fuck y'all. Peace out, I'm God.
For other reasons. There's no need to overstate the difficulty of understanding Islam's alleged profundities. If one comprehends the fallacies of any revealed religion, one comprehends them all.
So yeah, fuck that guy.
I have only once in 25 years of often heated arguments in Washington, D.C., been threatened with actual violence. This was when I was at dinner with some staffers in support.
Roll the tape. YouTube punk knows what's up.
One of those present, a then well-known Democratic pollster,
Gin and Truth time up in this
questioned me
bitch.
about my own most recent trip to the Middle East. He wanted my opinion as to why the Muslims were so all-fired goddamn fundamentalists. I ran through my repertoire of explanations, adding that it was often forgotten that Islam was a relatively young faith and still in the heat of its self-confidence. Not for Muslims the crisis of self-doubt that had overtaken Western Christianity. I added that, for example, while there was little or no evidence for the life of Jesus, the figure of the Prophet Muhammad was by contrast a person in ascertainable history. The man changed colour faster than anyone I've ever seen. After shrieking that Jesus Christ had meant more to more people than I could ever imagine, and that I was disgusting beyond words for speaking so casually,
Argument from consensus.
He drew back his foot and aimed a kick which only his decency, conceivably his Christianity, prevented him from landing on my shin. He then ordered his wife to join him in leaving. I now feel that I owe him an apology. Or at least
Honey, let's go.
Although we do know that a person named Muhammad almost certainly existed within a fairly small bracket of time and space, we have the same problem as we do in all the precedent cases. The accounts that relate his deeds and words were assembled many years later and are hopelessly corrupted into incoherence by self-interest, rumour, and illiteracy. The tale is familiar enough, even if it is new to you. Some Meccans of the 7th century followed an Abrahamic tradition.
Stop the tape. Folks, I just realized that I think I might be guilty of an even greater apostasy than like a former Muslim or whatever, right? Because not only do I just not care about Islam, not believe in Islam, I just don't care. I just don't care. Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm the type of heathen that actually would make a cartoon about Muhammad just to, like, trigger some Muslims and, like, see what they're going to do or whatever, right? But I don't even care enough to take the time. Like, you know, it'd be like a little stick figure, and I would just have an arrow, like a stick figure. Somebody could probably join us right now, right? It'd be like a little stick figure with an arrow that says Muhammad equals stupid, haha. You know, like, all right, that's it. Yeah, I got about 30 seconds of giving a fuck about Islam. To be honest with you, I've watched some good programs and debates about Islam and is Islam a religion of peace, and I like to see I think it's Apostate Prophet. There's some YouTubers I really like that are like Muslim Counter-Apologetics. And who's that? Y'all know who I'm talking about. That big bad alpha dog Muslim apologist who's always like, no, son, y'all don't know. Like, y'all know who I'm talking about. I can't think of his name. Sorry. But, he's funny to watch because he's just like a big barrel-chested bloviator. And he's so not as smart as he thinks he is, and I love people like that. I'm probably one of those people, but whatever. So yeah, that's kind of what I want to say about that. All right, roll the tape.
And even believe that their temple, the Kaaba, had been built by Abraham. The temple itself, most of its original furnishings having been destroyed.
Oh, stop the tape. Yeah, I was just going to add real quick that the only reason I'm even doing this broadcast on this is because Christopher Hitchens just included this chapter in his book. So totally unplanned. Be thankful, Muslims, that I'm not skipping this altogether. No, I'm kidding. Islam's, it's all right. We could dedicate a little bit of content to it. A little bit of content to it. Roll the tape.
Wahhabis is said to have become depraved by idolatry.
Oh, a book challenge. Tell me about this book challenge. I'm listening. I'm interested.
Turned away to seek solace elsewhere. The book of Isaiah also enjoins true believers to come out from the ungodly and be separate. Retiring to a desert cave on Mount Hira for the month of heat, or Ramadan, he was asleep or in a trance, I'm quoting Pictoul's commentary, when he heard a voice commanding him to read. He replied twice that he was unable to read, and was thrice commanded to do so. Eventually asking what he should read, he was further commanded in the name of a Lord who created man from a clot of blood. After the angel Gabriel,
stop the tape. All right, so like me and Rebecca or another theist, we trade books, and they read an atheist book of my choosing, and I read a book of their choosing. All right, should we have to like read the books on stream or something, right? Or at least I think I would, right? Like do some streams around the, chapter by chapter breakdowns or whatever, so that it's digestible, I guess, and then do little panel discussions and let people tell us who's doing a better job at engaging the book genuinely. Because I would want to see what our first. I guess I'd want to field test our first 3 books I got planned. I'd kind of want to see how they do with God is Not Great, or how they deal with the God delusion, or The Origin of Species, but also really Rob's book, Tower of Babel, the book I use in my class, or David Sloan Wilson's This View of Life, which is the other book on sort of cultural evolution that we use in our class. I got a lot of books I'd love to get theists to react to. That's kind of a good idea, actually. So also, by the way, guys, I'm trying to stream my class this semester. So if I get that going, then hopefully maybe you guys can sort of read along with some of our course material. Roll the tape.
Identified himself, had told Muhammad that he was to be Allah's
Yeah,
messenger,
that'd be great.
had departed. Muhammad confided in his wife, Khadija. On their return to Mecca, she took him to meet her cousin, an elderly man named Waraka ibn Nufal, who knew the scriptures of the Jews and Christians. This whiskered veteran declared that the divine envoy who once visited Moses had come again to Mount Hira. From then on, Muhammad adopted the modest title of
I think that's a
slave
great
of Allah,
idea, YouTube punk.
the latter word being simply the Arabic for God. The only people who at first took the smallest interest in Muhammad's claim were the greedy guardians of the temple at Mecca, who saw it as a threat to their pilgrimage business, and the studious Jews of Yathrib, a town 200 miles distant, who had been for some time proclaiming the advent of the Messiah. The first group became more threatening, and the second more friendly, as a result of which Muhammad made the journey, or Hijra, to Yathrib, which is now known as Medina. The date of the flight counts as the inauguration of the Muslim era. But as with the arrival of the Nazarene in Jewish Palestine, which began with so many cheerful heavenly auguries, this was all to end very badly, with the realization on the part of the Arabian Jews that they were faced with yet another disappointment, if not indeed another impostor. According to Karen Armstrong, one of the most sympathetic, not to say apologetic, analysts of Islam, the Arabs of the time had a wounded feeling that they had been left out of history. God had appeared to Christians and Jews, but he had sent the Arabs no prophet and no scripture in their own language. Thus, though she does not put it this way, the time for someone to have a local revelation was long overdue, and once having had it, Muhammad was not inclined to let it be criticized as second-hand by adherents of older faiths. The record of his 7th century career, like the books of the Old Testament, swiftly becomes an account of vicious quarrels between a few hundred or sometimes a few thousand unlearned villagers and townspeople, in which the finger of God was supposed to settle and determine the outcome of parochial disputes. As with the primeval bloodlettings of the Sinai and Canaan, which are likewise unattested by any independent evidence, millions of people have been held hostage ever since by the supposedly providential character of these ugly squabbles. There is some question as to whether Islam is a separate religion at all. It initially fulfilled a need among Arabs for a distinctive or special creed, and is forever identified with their language and their impressive later conquests, which, while not as...
Stop the tape. I think this is not something that most theists will let on to bothering them. I think it's pretty easy to find some sort of routine counter-apologetic about, whatever. They always come off with some fuckface shit to say about the blase and the Glavinoids. Oh, I need a blase and the Glavinoids. But at the end of the day, I actually think emotionally, this realization that your precious holy book is not at all in any way, shape, or form an original is a tough pill to swallow. And again, I'm just reflecting on, my own truth as a former believer. So, the rest of y'all could go ahead and deny that all you want to. Like I said, apologists are going to apologize.
Those of the young Alexander of Macedonia certainly conveyed an idea of being backed by a divine will until they petered out at the fringes of the Balkans and the Mediterranean. But Islam, when examined, is not much more than a rather obvious and ill-arranged set of plagiarisms, helping itself from earlier books and traditions as occasion appeared to require. Thus, far from being born in the clear light of history, as Ernest Renan so generously phrased it, Islam in its origins is just as shady and approximate as those from which it took its borrowings. It makes immense claims for itself, invokes prostrate submission or surrender as a maxim to its adherents, and demands deference and respect from non-believers into the bargain. There is nothing, absolutely nothing, in its teachings that can even begin to justify such arrogance and presumption. The Prophet died in the year 632 of our own approximate calendar. The first account of his life was set down a full 120 years later by Ibn Ishaq, whose original was lost and can only be consulted through its reworked form, authored by Ibn Hisham, who died in 834. Adding to this hearsay and obscurity, there is no agreed-upon account of how the Prophet's followers assembled the Koran, or of how his various sayings, some of them written down by secretaries, became codified. And this familiar problem is further complicated, even more than in the Christian case, by the matter of succession. Unlike Jesus, who apparently undertook to return to earth very soon, and who, Pache, the absurd Dan Brown, left no known descendants, Muhammad was a general and a politician, and though unlike Alexander of Macedonia, a prolific father, left no instruction as to who was to take up his mantle. Quarrels over the leadership began almost as soon as he died, and so Islam had its first major schism between the Sunni and the Shia before it had even established itself as a system. We need take no side in the schism, except to point out that one at least of the schools of interpretation must be quite mistaken. And the initial identification of Islam with an earthly caliphate made up of disputatious contenders for the said mantle marked it from the very beginning as man-made.
I still have no idea where my bell went. I did move it at some point.
During the first caliphate
I can't
of Abu Bakr,
remember where.
immediately after Muhammad's death, concern arose that his orally transmitted words might be
This
forgotten.
is what happens when I put
So many
things where
Muslim
they don't
soldiers had
belong.
been killed in battle that the number who had the Quran safely lodged in their memories had become alarmingly small. It was therefore decided to assemble every living witness, together with pieces of paper, stones, palm leaves, shoulder blades, ribs and bits of leather on which sayings had been scribbled, and give them to Zayd ibn Thabit, one of the Prophet's former secretaries, for an authoritative collation. Once this had been done, the believers had something like an authorized version. If true...
Stop the tape, But lucky Myron's over here in telepathy mode. Also, did anybody else notice that Doug tried to rehire Myron on the sneak tip? I caught that, Doug. You're not slick, Doug. I see what you're doing. The blase and the glavinoids, folks. And I hate to say this, but with Islam, it literally feels like blase and glavinoids. Because what we see from Islam is so, you know what? It speaks to this idea, right? The idea that I was listening to this TED talk about why, religion is declining and the trend won't reverse itself. The point they made was that actually the thing is that religious practices and rituals and traditions are so weird to you if you don't sort of grow up in a culture that normalizes whatever those particular rituals are, right? And so the case of these guys, it's like, since their religion feels so foreign to me, it's like all of the baggage without any of the familiarity, right? And so then it's just so easy for me, I hate to say, to almost sensationalize it. And I know there might be some Muslim apologists who are going to try to, use this against me or whatever. But I just being honest, to where it's so easy for me to focus on the bad things that I see in the headlines and that I experience politically, or to just see the parallels to toxic forms of Christianity or whatever. And I'm almost thinking to myself right now that I need to work harder to find some kind of way to be more respectful of it, because my anti-theism, I guess, is especially direct and God, I don't give a shit, and your religion should just delete itself off the face of the planet immediately towards Islam.
This would date the Quran to a time fairly close to Muhammad's own life, but we swiftly discover that there is no certainty or agreement about the truth of the story. Some say that it was Ali, the fourth and not the first caliph, and the founder of Shi'ism, who had the idea. Many others, the Sunni majority, assert that it was Caliph Uthman, who reigned from 644 to 656, who made the finalized decision. Told by one of the soldiers from different provinces were fighting over discrepant accounts of the Quran, Uthman ordered Zayd ibn Thabit to bring together the various texts, unify them, and have them transcribed into one. When this task was complete, Uthman ordered standard copies to be sent to Kufa, Basra, Damascus, and elsewhere, with a master copy retained in Medina. Uthman thus played the canonical role that had been taken in the standardization and purging and censorship of the Christian Bible by Irenaeus and by Bishop Athanasius of Alexandria. The roll was called, and some texts were declared sacred and inerrant, while others became apocryphal. Outdoing Athanasius, Uthman ordered that all earlier and rival editions be destroyed. Even supposing this version of events to be correct, which would mean that no chance existed for scholars ever to determine or even dispute what really happened in Muhammad's time, Uthman's attempt to abolish disagreement was a vain one. The written Arabic language has two features that make it difficult for an outsider to learn. It uses dots to distinguish consonants like B and T, and in its original form it had no sign or symbol for short vowels, which could be rendered by various dashes or comma-type marks. Vastly different readings, even of Uthman's version, were enabled by these variations. Arabic script itself was not standardized until the later part of the 9th century, and in the meantime, the undotted and oddly voweled Koran was generating wildly different explanations of itself, as it still does. This might not matter in the case of the Iliad, but remember that we are supposed to be talking about the unalterable and final word of God. There is obviously a connection between the sheer feebleness of this claim and the absolutely fanatical certainty with which it is advanced. To take one instance that can hardly be called negligible, the Arabic words written on the outside of the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem are different from any version that appears in the Koran. The situation is even more shaky and deplorable when we come to the Hadith, or that vast orally generated secondary literature which supposedly conveys the sayings and actions of Muhammad, the tale of the Quran's compilation, and the sayings of the companions of the Prophet. Each hadith, in order to be considered authentic, must be supported in turn by an isnad, or chain, of supposedly reliable witnesses. Many Muslims allow their attitude to everyday life to be determined by these anecdotes. Regarding dogs as unclean, for example, on the sole ground that Muhammad is said to have done so. My own favourite tale goes the other way. The Prophet is said to have cut off the long sleeve of his garment, rather than disturb a cat that was slumbering on it. Cats in Muslim lands have been generally spared the awful treatment visited on them by Christians, who've often regarded them as satanic familiars of witches. As one might expect, the 6 authorized collections of hadith, which pile hearsay upon hearsay through the unwinding of the long spool of isnads, A told B, who had it from C, who learned it from D, were put together centuries after the events they purport to describe. One of the most famous of the 6 compilers, Bukhari, died 238 years after the death of Muhammad. Bukhari is deemed unusually reliable and honest by Muslims, and seems to have deserved his reputation, in that of the 300,000 attestations he accumulated in a lifetime devoted to the project, he ruled that 200,000 of them were entirely valueless and unsupported. Further exclusion of dubious traditions and questionable isnads reduced his grand total to 10,000 hadith. You are free to believe, if you so choose, that out of this formless mass of illiterate and half-remembered witnessing, the pious Bukhari, more than 2 centuries later, managed to select only the pure and undefiled ones that would bear examination. Some of these candidates for authenticity might have been easier to sift out than others. The Hungarian scholar Ignác Goldziher, to quote a recent study by Reza Aslan, was among the first to show that many of the hadith were no more than verses from the Torah and the Gospels, bits of rabbinic sayings, ancient Persian maxims, passages of Greek philosophy, Indian proverbs, and even an almost word-for-word reproduction of the Lord's Prayer. Great chunks of more or less straight biblical quotation can be found in the hadith, including the parable of the workers hired at the last moment and the injunction, "Let not thy left hand know what thy right hand doeth," the last example meaning that this piece of pointless pseudo-profundity has a place in 2 sets of revealed scripture. Aslan notes that by the time of the 9th century, when Muslim legal scholars were attempting to formulate and codify Islamic law through the process known as ijtihad, they were obliged to separate many hadith into the following categories: lies told for material gain and lies told for ideological advantage. Quite rightly, Islam effectively disowns the idea that it is a new faith, let alone a cancellation of the earlier ones, and it uses the prophecies of the Old Testament and the Gospels of the New like a perpetual crutch or fund to be leaned on or drawn upon. In return for this derivative modesty, all it asks is to be accepted as the absolute and final revelation. As might be expected, it contains many internal contradictions. It is often cited as saying that there is no compulsion in religion, and as making reassuring noises about those of other faiths being peoples of the book, or followers of an earlier revelation. The idea of being tolerated by a Muslim is as repulsive to me as the other condescensions, whereby Catholic and Protestant Christians agreed to tolerate one another or extend toleration to Jews. The Christian world was so awful in this respect and for so long that many Jews preferred to live under Ottoman rule and submit to special taxes and other such distinctions. However, the actual Quranic reference to Islam's benign tolerance is qualified because some of these same peoples and followers may be such of them as are bent on evil-doing, and it takes only a short acquaintance with the Quran and the Hadith to discover other imperatives, such as the following. Nobody who dies and finds good from Allah in the hereafter would wish to come back to this world even if he were given the whole world and whatever is in it, except the martyr who, on seeing the superiority of martyrdom, would like to come back to the world and be killed again. Or, God will not forgive those who serve other gods beside him, but he will forgive whom he will for other sins. He that serves other gods besides God is guilty of a heinous sin. I chose the first of these two violent excerpts from a whole thesaurus of unsavoury possible ones, because it so perfectly negates what Socrates is reported to have said in Plato's Apology, to which I am coming. And I chose the second because it is such a patent and abject borrowing from the Ten Commandments. The likelihood that any of this humanly derived rhetoric is inerrant, let alone final, is conclusively disproved, not just by its innumerable contradictions and incoherencies, but by the famous episode of the Quran's alleged satanic verses, out of which Salman Rushdie was later to make a literary project. On this much-discussed occasion, Muhammad was seeking to conciliate some leading Meccan polytheists, and in due course experienced a revelation that allowed them, after all, to continue worshipping some of the older local deities. It struck him later that this could not be right, and that he must have inadvertently been channeled by the devil, who for some reason had briefly chosen to relax his habit of combating monotheists on their own ground. Muhammad believed devoutly not just in the devil himself, but in minor desert devils or jinns as well. It was noticed even by some of his wives that the Prophet was capable of having a revelation that happened to suit his short-term needs, and he was sometimes teased about it. We are further told, on no authority that need be believed, that when he experienced revelation in public, he would sometimes be gripped by pain and experience loud ringing in his ears. Beads of sweat would burst out on him even on the chilliest of days. Some heartless Christian critics have suggested that he was an epileptic, though they fail to notice the same symptoms in the seizure experienced by Paul on the road to Damascus. But there is no need for us to speculate in this way. It is enough to rephrase David Hume's unavoidable question. Which is more likely? That a man should be used as a transmitter by God to deliver some already existing revelations, or that he should utter some already existing revelations and believe himself to be, or claim to be, ordered by God to do so. As for the pains and the noises in the head or the sweat, one can only regret the seeming fact that direct communication with God is not an experience of calm, beauty, and lucidity. The physical existence of Muhammad, however poorly attested by the Hadith, is a source of both strength and weakness for Islam. It appears to put it squarely in the world and provides us with plausible physical descriptions of the man himself, but it also makes the whole story earthy, material, and gross. We may flinch a little at this mammal's betrothal to a 9-year-old girl, and at the keen interest he took in the pleasures of the dining table and the division of the spoils after his many battles and numerous massacres. Above all, and here is a trap that Christianity has mostly avoided, by awarding its prophet a human body but a non-human nature, he was blessed with numerous descendants and thus placed his religious posterity in a position where it was hostage to his physical one. Nothing is more human and fallible than the dynastic or hereditary principle, and Islam has been racked from its birth by squabbles between princelings and pretenders, all claiming the relevant drop of original blood. If the total of those claiming descent from the founder was added up, it would probably exceed the number of holy nails and splinters that went to make up the 1,000-foot cross on which, judging by the number of splinter-shaped relics, Jesus was evidently martyred. As with the lineage of the Isnads, a direct kinship line with the Prophet can be established if one happens to know and be able to pay the right local imam. In the same way, Muslims still make a certain obeisance to those same satanic verses, and tread the pagan polytheistic path that was laid out long before their prophet was born. Every year at the Hajj, or annual pilgrimage, one can see them circling the cuboid Kaaba shrine in the centre of Mecca, taking care to do so 7 times, following the direction of the sun around the earth, as Karen Armstrong weirdly and no doubt multiculturally puts it, before kissing the black stone set in the Kaaba's wall. This probable meteorite, which no doubt impressed the yokels when it first fell to earth, the gods must be crazy, no, make that God must be crazy, is a stop on the way to other ancient pre-Islamic propitiations, during which pebbles must be hurled defiantly at a rock that represents the evil one. Animal sacrifices complete the picture. Like many but not all of Islam's principal sites, Mecca is closed to unbelievers, which somewhat contradicts its claim to universality. It is often said that Islam differs from other monotheisms in not having had a reformation. This is both correct and incorrect. There are versions of Islam, most notably the Sufi, much detested by the devout, which are principally spiritual rather than literal, and which have taken on some accretions from other faiths. And since Islam has avoided the mistake of having an absolute papacy, capable of uttering binding edicts, hence the proliferation of conflicting fatwas from conflicting authorities, its adherents cannot be told to cease believing what they once held as dogma. This might be to the good, but the fact
Y'all, pause the tape. Christopher Hitchens has been dropping bombs. The Restream link is in the chat, Tux. I love how Muslims totally ignore the possibility of Paul being epileptic. Although we were having a discussion earlier about how that's not as much of a counter-apologetic as it might seem. I know y'all were thinking like, Pocket, what are you doing? You're going crazy. Y'all, I don't know what happened to my bell. Like, I'm going to find my bell literally up in orangutan's ass, because that's apparently where I put it. Like, it was here earlier. It has vanished. I've looked in every room of the house. I have no idea where I put it. I think Atheist sent like a fucking angel in here to steal my bell to distract me. But anyway, folks, we're trying to raise $100 for the International Bipolar Foundation by my birthday, August 12th. Go ahead and always you could bang that charity command. But yeah, Tux, if you want to call in or anybody else, the link's posted there for you.
And final is at once absurd and unalterable. Its many warring and discrepant sects, from Ismaili
also,
to
thank you so much,
all
YouTube Punk,
agree
for
on
your
this
recent donation.
claim. Reformation has meant, for Jews and Christians, a minimal willingness to reconsider Holy Writ as if it were, as Salman Rushdie so daringly proposed in his turn, something that can be subjected to literary and textual scrutiny. The number of possible Bibles is now admitted to be immense, and we know, for example, that the portentous Christian term Jehovah is a mistranslation of the unuttered spaces between the letters of the Hebrew Yahweh. Yet no comparable project has ever been undertaken in Quranic scholarship. No serious attempt has been made to catalogue the discrepancies between its various editions and manuscripts, and even the most tentative efforts to do so have been met with almost inquisitional rage. A critical case in point is the work of Christoph Luxemburg, the Syriac-Aramaic version of the Quran, published in Berlin in the year 2000. Luxemburg coolly proposes that far from being a monoglot screed, the Quran is far better understood once it is conceded that many of its words are Syriac-Aramaic rather than Arabic. His most celebrated example concerns the rewards of a martyr in paradise. When retranslated and redacted, the heavenly offering consists of sweet white raisins rather than virgins. This is the same language in the same region from which much of Judaism and Christianity emerged. There can be no doubt that unfettered research would result in the dispelling of much obscurantism. But at the very point when Islam ought to be joining its predecessors in subjecting itself to rereadings, there is a soft consensus among almost all the religious that because of the supposed duty of respect that we owe the faithful, this is the very time to allow Islam to assert its claims at their own face value. Once again, faith is helping to choke free inquiry and the emancipating consequences that it might bring.
Ooh.
I don't think that's ever happened before. I just stood somewhere and everyone went quiet. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Ooh, folks. Like I said, I'm not a big guy on the Islam, but I've always found Christopher Hitchens' argument to be convincing. This has always been my understanding of Islam, is that it's like a remix of the earlier Abrahamic faiths or whatever. Look, folks, looking forward to the next chapter. I might actually do the next chapter in the middle of the week. Starting July 12th, I'm going to be doing at least one stream a day on Jay Bundy and Pocket Locker 86, trying to unleash a lot more content. I want to stream every day between then and my birthday, August 12th, to really kick things into high gear. Also, hopefully to help raise this $100. Listen, folks, what do y'all want to do? We got some options. We can bounce around a little bit. We got choices, folks. Let me show you what's up on the docket, so to speak. All right. We got Bread of Life is live. Leophilus is over there. Lena, James Apperson, Danny. That's a lot of our crowd. I think the guys we were messing with last night. Yeah, they're having a Roe v. Wade thing over there. So we could hop into that. What do y'all think we should do? Nobody's hopped in the restream with me, so I'm totally down to hop in somewhere else. Also, we could always do both, but let's see. Let's get that set up, actually. Let's see. All right, so we'll leave that. I think our crew is over here with Bread of Life, so let's jump in there. Let's click on her StreamYard, and then what I'll do, so that if people want to jump in on mine, I'll continue with YouTube. I want to use another account. Pocket Locker 86. I don't know what my password is. Update that hoe. Continue as some guy. All right, let's mess with our settings here. We want the audio to be, should be like 5 and 6 is my Discord. Yeah, so let's do input 5 and 6. Let's do output 5 and 6. Check. That's not good, because I think it should be showing me that there's audio on 5 and 6. Check. It's not showing me 3, 4. It might just be muted in the thing. Hang on. Unmute it. Start the camera. Also, let me get rid of my restream camera. Don't need the restream camera. Matter of fact, I'm gonna share this on this screen. So we'll take the restream off of there for now. Actually, I need to leave the. I need to dip on the restream. So, or yeah, at least like I need to liberate this camera. Yeah, so I'm gonna leave the restream right now. I don't want it to give me a new link though. It probably won't, but just in case, I'm gonna join it with another setup. Disable the camera, mute, do that. Poker Yoo-hoo Pocket. Jump out of this. Leave. All right, now let's see if I can start this camera. Nope. It's no big deal. We'll get it back. Let's see. Nope, can't. All right, look. So let's just do this for now. I'm gonna leave the restream. Let's just dip on restream. Bye. Close all of them. Yep. Bye. See you later. All right. Do it again. Oop. All right. All right, let's see what we got. Boom, we're good. Settings, audio. Yep, 5 and 6, it's showing our audio. Let's mute over here to test it. Let's get this mic out of the way. Let's mute 5 and 6. Check. See, it's gone. There it is. All right, that's good. That means it's the one I think it is. All right. And let's also, let me check our microphones real quick because I might switch microphones. Let's make sure this microphone is going there. 5 and 6, let's turn it off here. Check. It should be gone. Now it's in. Perfect. I may want to go with my handheld. Let's check that. Check. That's also going there. If I turn this off, check. What's still going there? Check. Oh, I didn't switch channels on the mixer. There. Check. Perfect. There it is. All right. That's good. We are ready to rock and roll tonight, folks, because this setup will work. Let's hear the test. There it is.
Speakers on StreamYard. Sounds like they're working. Have a great show. Testing your
you guys can hear that? Great. Just check.
Sounds like they're working.
All right, guys, we're good. Camera's ready. Let me see. C922 framing. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, great. Let me do a little bit. Maybe this. All right. I actually think that's quite a bit better. It's got our sign looking a lot better. Guys, I'm going to chill in Rebecca's stream, but before I join in, I'm going to hit the little boys' room, and that's just going to make sure that I can sit in the chair for a while. My display name is going to be Most High Apostle Pocket Locker. Actually, let's go with I don't even know what that means. J Bundy. I don't know what I'm doing, y'all. I literally don't know what I'm doing. Ooh. Wait. Ooh. Hang on. No, it's fine. All right. That'll be our thing. And I'm going to do this right when I get back, y'all. I just got to hit the little boys' room. So I'm going to leave y'all with Rebecca.
And God's desire
Deepak
to give
is
us,
in the house.
instructions and understanding, and the sorts of confusion that we see in the world, and how God favors our free will, and that's like the defense for why he doesn't just come out and like give us the full download, you know. Like the reason why we don't have the perfect omniscience that he does is because if we were omniscient, then like I don't know, I guess everything would be
you just reminded me of something. In some Jewish, I don't remember which sources, this might not be the Talmud or something, it might be something else, but I know this is from some source. There is a belief that before babies are born, they learn the Torah in heaven, and then an angel strikes you on the lip and you forget everything, and that's why you have a little dimple above your lip and below your nose. So you do get the full download, but then God makes you forget. You just reminded me of that.
How convenient.
Well, okay. So, Deepak, let's hear your thoughts about the confusion in the world, and like, is that evidence against God for you?
Yes.
All right, that would be
Okay, well, sounds like you guys all agree.
okay.
I'm wrong. Okay, fine. No, just-
Well, okay. You know what? I brought the thunder, so now I'll bring the rain. I do
Okay.
find one aspect of the world mysterious, and possibly like an indication of something like a god, which is that I think it's called there was a physicist who wrote this essay called the unreasonable effectiveness of mathematics in the natural sciences, where and he basically said something that sounds very much like he's saying, like, look, the best explanation is God created the universe, and he decided that he loved mathematics so much that he designed it to work according to the best and most beautiful math he could find.
Was that different than like Craig's and I think did Oppie debate on that? Like math?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And, that was a really good debate. That was a very, very good debate. And both of them, I think people make fun of William.
Oh, they did. He got really bad, at least from the atheist community, right? Like we made fun of him for that one.
And, maybe this debate, like he actually really, it's clear that he's looked into some of the stuff a lot, and he knows the physics and the math behind it quite well. Like they actually got into some of the details.
I'm gonna say I'm sympathetic to natural theology to some extent, but my problem with it is how poorly defined it is. I mean, I don't see any need to include anything but the science, and I think that gives us, frankly, some like interesting considerations for like deep future and what sorts of like intelligences can exist, and like how those can look deistic in certain lights or conceptions. But I mean, none of that I think is relevant to like how religions originated and the sorts of like lasting problems that we're dealing with because of them.
Deepak, are you on TikTok?
TikTok? No.
I just made a TikTok,
40 years old.
TikToks. And
I know what TikTok.
I'm making a bunch of Christians really angry.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
They're like really angry comments.
They need to learn more from Rebecca than how to let that.
Well, I'm giving like kind of weak sauce arguments because I.
All right, everybody. Let's do some YouTube pervert stuff before we call in. All right. Let's do it. Let's do some churchy stuff, y'all. We have to sing our offering song. Let's go. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Link in the description. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Link in the description. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. If you're happy and you know it and you really want to show it. If you're happy, put your money in the plate. Give it up one time for the golden plate, folks. Links are in the description. Help us support the Spirit of Doubt. Also, if you don't want to give me money because I'm a YouTube pervert, hit that exclamation point charity and consider donating to the International Bipolar Foundation. We're trying to raise $100 by August 12th for crazy-ass motherfuckers like me. Amen. Hallelujah. And as we'd say in the good old show business, back to our regularly scheduled program. All right, folks. We are ready to call in and chill. Call in and chill. That's what we should call this. All right. How do I want to navigate this? We're going to go over here. I'm going to bring this down in front of me
so that I can have her stream
have a reason.
there.
If
Yeah,
everything
like-
the guy
So I can text in the chat. There's me actually logging in. We gotta go with my full title here, or else this is just gonna look kind of weird. Go Most High Apostle. All right. And then yeah, we'll do that. Boom.
Terminated. The problem is that people look at this from a naturalistic perspective and think life ends at the grave. But in fact, this was a salvation of these children and would be far better for them than continuing to be raised. And he goes on to talk about this in the context of the Canaanites, but it's making the exact same point of Danny's argument.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's right. If you believe that if that's your answer to the Canaanite dilemma, then wow, you have to really strain to not make it like work for the.
Yeah. So what Craig goes on to say is that God didn't wrong the children because they were recipients of a great good. So it's okay if God does it, but you're not supposed to do it that way because God commands you not to do it that way. Like you're supposed to save children by evangelizing to them instead of killing them, even though killing them would be guaranteed, whereas evangelism is not guaranteed.
Yeah, because only the boss man can.
You're not supposed to try to game the system, but you can. And the whole point of the argument is that you can. It's an option that you have the power to do, given the rules. And you might get sent to hell for it.
Yeah,
but that could be a virtuous thing for you to do. Like you'd be making this huge sacrifice.
You'd be making a bigger sacrifice than Jesus made.
There you go. Yeah.
Right, but God.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Y'all are Rebecca's like
God.
sweating, even though she probably rejects the premises.
Well, look, I think there's 3 ways. First of all, I said there's nothing in the Bible that says that babies go straight to heaven if they die. Okay. So in fact, that's I believe that for a long time, which was why they desperately baptized babies as soon as they were born. Right. So, but, I don't ever like say to anyone that I would go either way. Like I would, if somebody's baby died, I would assure them that they would be in heaven. But I mean, I don't think we can make like a strong, there's actually nothing in the Bible that tells us what the
But that's a lie then, Rebecca. That's a lie. If you're not sure yourself because of what you just said, I mean, I would still do that even if I didn't believe it.
Well, I mean, look, am I gonna tell someone, oh, you know what? I don't think your baby's in heaven. Like, I'm not gonna do that. I mean, you can call it a lie. I would call it hope. I would just call it hope because, I mean, I had 2 miscarriages. I think both of those children are with God. And so like, it's what I actually think. It's just not what I can prove. Right. So
when you go to miscarriage, this becomes an even more bigger thing because like the majority of pregnancies potentially are miscarried before the mother even becomes aware that she's pregnant. So I think Dark Matter 2525 even depicted this in a video, which coincidentally James just changed his profile picture. I think he showed heaven depicted as just full of miscarried zygotes and fetuses.
Yeah, the notion,
and it just makes it like unlucky to be born at that point, and you're incredibly like any kind of age of accountability. It's unlucky to live to that age.
Yeah, well, and everything Christians present as being like part of the soul doesn't present itself in a fetus.
I mean, so here's the thing, though. If a Christian says they're not sure what happens, then what they're actually saying, whether they realize it or not, is they're not sure if they can take a moral stand against abortion because they're not sure what happens to the baby soul after the fetus is aborted. They have to take a position about what happens before they can take a moral position about abortion.
But that's presupposing a kind of consequentialism, which they may reject.
Well, can you extrapolate on that?
Well, like consequentialism is like you're evaluating morality or right and wrong in terms of the effects of your actions or certain, you might hold to certain rules based on the effects of holding to them. But certain Christians might find things morally permissible or impermissible based on other things, like whether certain virtues, or divine God's commands or whatever, And
sure, authoritarian ideal. So, as what decides their moral compass, in other words.
No, there are a lot of virtue ethicists and deontologists that are not authoritarians.
So how would they square it if they take the position that they don't know what happens to a baby soul after a fetus is aborted? How can they leap you through the thought process where they still end up against abortion as a very definite moral position?
Yeah, so they're not going to evaluate it based on the consequences. So they may evaluate it based on their love for God, to obey God, right? And that's going to be kind of a bottom. That's, a divine command theory doesn't. So I mean, that might not be understood in a consequentialist manner. Also, if they might think about a particular set of virtues, they might think it's not loving to kill.
That became a meme on the Digital Gnosis channel. The whole you're assuming a consequentialist perspective.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but if you're basing your view on abortion on the eternal salvation of the fetus, and then they don't know, well, then you're right. They're not going to be able to make a determination.
Yeah, I think the whole God's commandment defense is perfectly internally consistent. Of course, it's wrong, but
Yeah, I mean, why couldn't you just say it's because it's a violent act and it's murder, and so it's not supposed to be done? It's
because it's not murder and it's vital health care.
But here's the thing, though: if you say it's murder, then what does that even mean? If you're not sure if the soul stops existing or if it simply gets liberated from its carnal prison, if you're not sure about that position, then why are you even calling it murder?
I don't even know if this whole thing about the soul being liberated is. I mean, I'm just saying you have to, we're talking about a person, right? So, where does the soul reside? I don't know. I mean,
we're talking about the pregnant person.
What's that?
Were you referring to the pregnant person or the fetus?
No, I'm talking about the baby. Yeah.
The innocent human child, Lena.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really, I could grant you that it's a person, but you're still arguing for special rights over anyone else, and that's the problem. The whole problem I have is bodily autonomy.
Well, that's another. Do we really want to have that? We don't want to start that conversation.
Red herring.
I don't know if
that's actually an interesting argument.
In my opinion, I think it's completely irrelevant to the actual issue, the reason why, removing abortion rights is a human rights violation is because of bodily autonomy. Your right to your own person, to your own physical body, trumps another person's right to use your body in a parasitic fashion. Nobody else has the right to use your body to grow inside your stomach. Okay,
that's one argument. It's not even my favorite argument, though, but it's an argument.
I mean,
I think it's a super strong one. I mean, even if it's not my favorite argument, it might ultimately, to me, at least politically, be the most relevant.
Would y'all agree with all that? Minutes before the delivery?
No, I mean,
up to birth.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I don't yes and no, right, Danny? So I have. Go ahead, Lena.
Do what they want with their body.
I think. Then as soon as it comes out the canal, then
it's not your body, and then it has its own. Then we would have to come up with its own legal.
Wait, so the fetus 2 minutes before. You mean when you say it's not your body, you're saying it's not in her body. Okay, that's what you mean.
Yeah, if it's inside your body, you have domain over it. It is your body still. Everything.
Well, okay, can you explain that? Why is it that if it's in your body that you can do whatever you want with it?
That's the definition of bodily autonomy.
But why would anyone accept that?
You can't define a morality into existence, right? You got to.
Well, fair enough, but I mean, so now we're.
But I think we can, though, right? Isn't that what morality is? Defining morality into existence.
Okay, so what you've got to do is you've got to show by appealing to something more primitive that it aligns with your interests.
No, you don't.
We're all moral anti-realists here, right? Except Rebecca.
But wait, Deepak, if people get to be like, because God said so, why can't I just use a morality of the gaps? Like, I just use my arbitrary opinion to fill in the gaps where I can't find a proper pre-existing condition, and I just presuppose that a person's bodily autonomy means to me, right? I have a personal experience of the inner witness of bodily autonomy that tells me another person can't use your body. And my thing is, I don't feel the same way about it moments before birth, right? But my feeling about it being different because it's, you know, more grown and it's got hair or whatever, doesn't necessarily change the fundamental bodily autonomy argument so much as it might change how we feel about it.
More tragic and like more fucked up.
What is the argument? Is the argument that if it's in your body, you should have complete autonomy over it, right?
I think it's different than that. I think it's like, I think when you put it that way, you're putting it backwards. It's not if it's in your body. It's if your body, you have the right to decide if something gets to be inside of you voluntarily. Now, while cancer doesn't give a F, and you don't get to choose whether or not cancer stays inside of you always, if you have means to decide you no longer want to be pregnant, the argument is then you should no longer be pregnant. And I think what Lena's trying to say is, granting that it's a real human person with a life and a soul and all of that stuff doesn't change any of that.
That's fine, but okay, I get that. I just don't get why, if someone why someone couldn't just reject that bodily autonomy should be preserved in that way.
No, I think they can.
The best version of the bodily autonomy argument for me goes through using the violinist argument. Do you know the violinist?
What argument?
The violinist. You know the Judith Jarvis Thompson?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. To me, reading that essay actually convinced me that, like, at least the threshold of abortion moves from like something like 3 months to, I don't know, second trimester.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm talking about, like, what about if the violinist was only there for 30 seconds? Like, he needed 30 seconds of would you be against someone pulling the plug or whatever?
I'd be against it. I'd be against it in general, but I don't stop, but I don't get to choose, right? Like, it's
that means that there's something else other than bodily autonomy that we're talking about that.
What's the setup?
I'm not exactly sure. Like, Lena.
Yeah. Wait, what is this? What is this? Can you explain the setup to those of us that aren't familiar?
Yeah. So
go ahead, Danny.
You want to go, Scott? You got it?
Yeah, sure. I'll take it. The violinist argument basically says that you have a famous violinist, or it could really be any other grown adult, who has had some medical condition where they need to be attached to your body for a period of about 9 months, and you're the only person in the world who is a compatible match for this procedure. And they're just you're going to have to carry them around, be attached to them. They're going to feed off your nutrients, all the things that come associated with pregnancy. And so it just says, should you have the obligation to carry this person along with you for 9 months to preserve their life?
No, and the fate of the and I'll take it further. It could not only be that; it could be the last viable other human being on the planet, and the dependency of the entire human race is determined by your rejection or acceptance of this person, and you still have no moral obligation to
but I don't
make
want to
humanity
frame it
survive.
in terms of their moral obligation. I like to frame it in terms of what I would allow or what I wouldn't allow. And if I found out that the violinist only needed like 30 seconds of nutrients to live, then I would not allow the person to pull the plug or pull the cords.
I think these different examples are a bit misleading because I want to be clear. Like, I'm a pragmatist fundamentally. So, like, when it comes to these really abstract situations, like, maybe there's exceptions. But when it comes to making laws, I'm an idealist, right? I try and make these broad generalizations that work in most cases. And so when it comes to something like this, I think it's pretty clear what side we should fall on.
Yeah, and I actually think
I'm actually glad that you brought up the 30-second thing, because maybe my intuition would actually align with you. Like, maybe we should, like, if it's literally 30 seconds and it's not like significant inconvenience, by some,
right? Yeah. If you're not in serious pain for that 30 seconds,
Yeah. So would that be?
Mine doesn't. I think y'all are scary.
Wait, let Deepak finish.
Go ahead. I will.
that's why, like, for me, like, violinist isn't like a knockdown argument that says, it applies all the way to birth. It just sort of moves the needle. Like, up to 2 or 3 months, it's just like it's a zygote, right?
Yeah.
Rebecca, you getting human council Yahweh vibes, right? Like there's this creepy overlord government that sits around and they're like, hey, we have morally sufficient reasons to graft this other human being onto you for 30 seconds. You getting that kind of vibe? Can I get an amen, Rebecca? You guys are creeping me out.
Look, what I'm trying to say is that if I'm against the person pulling the plug for 30 seconds and under the condition, suitable conditions, then I don't have a principle about bodily autonomy. I don't.
Yeah, but you're a particularist, right? So you should be okay with the way I frame it then, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You and I are in agreement. But Lena and I are not in agreement. She takes a principle, all right, where that even if it was 1 second, like your principle.
No, that's what I'm saying. I was pointing out the fact that I'm a pragmatist, right? So like I have these exceptions. I would recognize that it's still a violation of bodily autonomy.
Okay.
But if it were like I have limits, like everyone has a bribe limit. And so when it comes to like if the whole fate of the world were dependent on it in Jay's example, you know what?
You might not allow them to pull the plug.
Pragmatism, yeah, I might violate their bodily autonomy in that circumstance.
And I would understand a government's decision to do so. I'm just with Lena. I would recognize it, and from the person's perspective, I would recognize that person's choice means, in principle, it should be that person's choice. And that's the same way I feel about the pregnancy thing. Like, matter of fact, I sometimes, not that people mean to be disingenuous, but I sometimes feel like it's a little bit of a weirdo way to approach this, to go, oh, well, then how do you feel about the two moments before birth? It's like jumping to like this rare case when somebody's just saying like, hey, overall, I think if you like don't want to be pregnant anymore, you shouldn't have to be pregnant anymore, is like kind of, I get it. But even if we're going to do that, right, again, it's just you're changing the circumstance. You're still not changing our underlying understanding of what the bodily autonomy means. And don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not talking about should and shouldn't, right? Morally, I might agree with you as to if you're given this choice, is it the morally correct thing to do to, save the violinist if it's just going to be 30 seconds and a bit of a needle shot, go get your vaccine. But, I'm just saying, I see where Lena's coming from and sort of the strength of the philosophical position, even if it presents difficult cases.
Well, I'm really critical of the bodily autonomy argument because it's not really revealing about your position, right? Because what it is that there's going to be a point where everyone is going to be like, yeah, I'm going to force your body to do stuff, right? And so it's not. I mean, although there's a correlation between people that say bodily autonomy and then what their preferences might be in abortion, that the argument itself needs to be fleshed out. Like, look, so it could be something like this. With respect to zygotes and embryos, I think that your autonomy over your body to get rid of their body should be prioritized or something like that. Or I would allow that it would be prioritized.
I think the parameters are pretty well set. I mean, it's
no, not at all.
Is the extent of your body. Like no,
the parameters are not set.
Danny, I feel like this is a case where people are overthinking it. Like,
I think you can bring it back to a practical scenario pretty easily by considering not 30 seconds before birth, but right before the point of viability, whether 30 seconds or a day or a week. Like if just a little bit more time would lead to a much better outcome for the premature, call it abortion or birth.
Yeah.
Even if it's viable, but just a little bit more time would lead to a much better outcome. Would you not have an obligation to carry it for another day or another week?
Well, look, I don't know. You see, obligation talk I think you might be on something there, but I like to frame it in terms of what I would stop and what I would allow, right? And so, I think there would be cases where I would stop someone from terminating their fetus. There would be cases. But the majority of the normal cases, I wouldn't, right? Which makes me pro-choice. But they're these people that say bodily autonomy, period, no exceptions, your body, your choice. I'm not on that ship.
Danny, I agree with you. Go ahead, Lena.
No, I mean, I'm curious as to the relevant difference, but I'll let you ask your point as well.
I was just going to say, to me, I'm not always, again, in favor of somebody's exercising that choice in every situation. I just, one, don't think I should be making that choice. Two, I don't even think that's something the government needs to regulate. Like, I just think in a world where the government doesn't have a policy on that, it's left to people and their doctors and their friends and their families and whatever. And I'm cool with that being the way it should be. And because I just don't know, how do we decide, right?
But the places where bodily autonomy comes in is when we all have a common agreement that, the fetus is now a person, right? And the government has the right and the obligation to watch out for the welfare of a person, right? When it's a zygote, obviously Rebecca would disagree, but I think it's just a bunch of cells, do whatever you want with it. Right?
We already ceded that point, Deepak. We're already for the sake of the argument.
I mean, I honestly wouldn't. I would say biologically, if you're gonna, if that's your stance, I would say it's got a soul and all of that. Even I'd push it back even prior to conception. I'd push it back prior to conception. Look, if God wants that baby in the world, you shouldn't even use protection if God wants that baby in the world. And if you want to tell me at the instant of conception you can't abort it because it's a human being and it's got a soul, I think you go that clump of cells thing is just not convincing to me. I'm just being honest.
Argument, though, right? That's an argument you got to have on different grounds. We're just talking, look, let's assume that personhood enters in at, say, 4 months. Right?
Or whatever it is, okay?
Yeah. And now, to me, right, at that point, you have this trade-off, right? Because, okay, it's a person. It doesn't automatically get protection from abortion because there is a trade-off here with the bodily autonomy argument, right? Because in the violinist case, right, if you had to say to someone, we just kidnapped you, we hooked you up to this violinist, you need to stay connected with him for another 9 months, right? And the guy's like, fuck this shit, I'm out, right?
You could die, don't forget that.
Huh?
And you could very easily die because of it.
Exactly. This could lead to permanent harm or death, right? But you're forced to take this choice. You obviously give them the right to walk away from that, right? You knowing that causes the death of the other person.
Right.
So if we make you see what kind of this is, I can't believe I'm using Dave Chappelle's argument here, but also another thing that does bother me is that if abortion is made a right, then I really think that child support stuff that's going on with men is dumb, right?
In some sense, I agree with you, and I think it's toxic. And I've literally had the conversation about with politicians that say we need to have a conversation about male reproductive rights. So you'd get no necessary disagreement here.
To bring it back on track, if I can, let's just resolve maybe. I want to hear Rebecca's statement, on bodily autonomy and what she thinks of all this.
Well, I like what Deepak was saying just then, which is if this is a person, right, then the bodily autonomy, the government should be caring about the rights of persons, right? And even
I believe in ubiquitous bodily autonomy, right? I believe in equal bodily autonomy for the person of the pregnant person and of the person, since we're granting that, of the fetus at whatever point or stage it's at.
Right, okay? But
both have the right to bodily autonomy. You're arguing for special rights for the one to use the other. What justifies that? Why do fetuses get special?
I'll tell you, because unless it's a case of rape, the person is engaging in an activity that they know can bring about another person. Okay,
great. I'm glad you brought bodily autonomy. I'm really glad you brought that.
I think that's nonsense. I think asking for abstinence for people just is a total dismissal of the human sex drive. But I grant you philosophically it's a valid position.
I'm not asking for anything. I'm just saying if you make a choice that brings
it just doesn't work in places that don't have access to education, don't have access to family planning, don't have access to contraception. I get it. I'm just saying it doesn't work for me.
Well, again, when you don't have the relevant choices.
Rebecca, it's a really good point you brought up. That's actually the first objection people have when they hear the violinist argument. They're like, the relevant difference is choice, right? You chose to have sex. So then you proceed to the next step of Judith, whatever Jarvis Thompson's argument, which is, okay, imagine a difference. This is the what is it called? The pregnancy seeds argument, where like the idea is that imagine that, the human race, like imagine an alien race, right? Where instead of actually having like this very active like role in this choice that you have to make to have sex, what happens is like women, like when they walk around, in their daily life, right? There's like pregnancy seeds floating around in the air, like pollen, right?
Is that how that happens?
Huh?
Nobody ever
Right.
gave me the talk. I wasn't sure how the whole pregnancy thing works. Thank you for explaining it.
Yeah, I mean, someone needs to have the talk with you, right? Imagine that's how it happened, right? And you'd have to and anytime you stepped out of your house, you had a non-trivial chance of getting pregnant, right? Where did this go? So then, right, so you say, so now in this world, right, like the only way you could actually prevent yourself from getting pregnant was to stay at home with the windows locked all the time, right?
Sure.
Now most people when presented with that, right? I don't know. Now the point of that is to say that in that situation, right, like it's unreasonable to assume that someone, if they want to not get pregnant, would have to lock themselves up in their home all day.
Okay, but okay, what about this, Deepak? What if I seduce you?
What if you seduce me?
Yeah.
Well, if you seduce me, nothing happens because you're a guy and I'm a guy.
No, but literally though, you get what I'm saying though? What if I seduce you? And so in principle, like I kind of overcome and suspend your, willingness to not have sex. And I just get you so turned on, right? That you just cannot decide for yourself not to have sex with me.
I think that actually is, in a way, kind of addresses, to me, where I come down on this, right? Which is that, to me, the choice to have sex is, I think I saw actually T-Jump, one of the few times he actually made a good point was when he compared it to the situation where, what was it? There's a city somewhere where, there's a guy who, kidnaps and rapes anyone who's eating burgers, right? You go out, you eat a burger, and there's a small chance that someone's going to that this one guy's going to kidnap you and this thing. Does that mean that you're responsible if when but this is going to happen, right? But you're screw it, I want to eat a burger, right? I shouldn't be allowed. I shouldn't So it really depends on where you fall down on these kind of how much of it is a choice that that you're. I don't know. I'm saying this bad.
I mean, it just depends on what you mean by responsible. I think it's even more salient when you recognize that the two actions, having sex and getting pregnant, are not the same thing, and they don't. The only reason why it's such a problem is because of the lack of proper health care.
You can lack of bad design for any precautions you take. You know that, right?
That's one thing about the violinist example that's pretty good, is because it sort of grants that the entire whatever's in the womb.
Danny, can I come back to your problems with bodily autonomy for a second? Because for some reason, they literally triggered a little bit of Doug in me, which was all right, so let's say you feel like this concept of bodily autonomy is not well defined, or we haven't put the parameters on it, right? I almost feel the apologetic against going against God's will. So what? It's kind of so what if my concept of bodily autonomy offends the philosophy gods? Why is that a bad thing? And also, or maybe to speak to a way somebody in the chat put it, hey, defining the limits and the boundaries helps us understand helps us clarify the objections to the concept. And it's okay, well, you having clarity is maybe not my obligation. Why is it bad for me if you don't have clarity on it?
I have a couple problems with it, but my main problem is I don't see why any pro-life person would accept it.
Yeah, okay, I get that. So you're arguing sort of from a place of effectiveness. Part of the reason we're having the conversation is not to say you've offended Danny by making a unsound argument. You're just saying if the goal is to actually convince pro-lifers,
it might be very convincing.
Then this is not effective. Okay,
I might be convincing. I'm just saying that it's not it's not necessarily rationally compelling, or I shouldn't use compelling. It's not an argument that I see as being against someone that holds a pro-life position.
I see what you're saying. I just was coming at it like the same way theists just don't care, right? Like I think a lot of their arguments just don't make any sense. They don't hold up. The whole concept of vicarious redemption is incoherent to me. And they just kind of look at us and go like, yeah, and back to worshiping Jesus, right? You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, so there's
but guys, can I interrupt? Because James is getting too tired and he's been waiting patiently for like 2 hours to speak, I think. So let's let James say something.
Who was our guest on Hot Program? Check that out. Go ahead, James.
Thanks, Jay. So real quick, the most effective argument that I've ever heard that could actually work with Christians if we bring this to them is the free will argument.
Oh, I was wondering if that was going to be it. Go ahead.
They believe in a God whose core moral principle, the reason he allows suffering and evil to even exist, is because he will not interfere with free will. Now, with that being the case, they are absolutely self-banned from acting on his behalf in order to interfere with free will. They cannot weaponize the government by passing laws to ban abortion, which the government would do with guns drawn if they have to. If you keep doing a thing, they'll throw you in a prison cell, execute you, however far this goes. So if they really want to respect their God, respect his moral compass, his moral boundaries, they have to take the position that even though they consider it wrong and evil and awful and what monsters, whatever, they have to stop just shy of using their votes or their political influence to, and on behalf of their God, to say, you know what, you guys don't get to do abortions anymore because it's wrong. Because their God says no matter how wrong a thing is, we must not interfere.
James,
James, this does not work at all. I'm sorry to tell you, because unless like the government is gonna like stop making laws against murder, like I mean, if stopping you from murdering someone is impinging on your free will, then okay, then but it's not. Absolutely. It's just I mean.
Yeah, who should cast the first stone? Who's supposed to lock up who here?
Well, anyway, I'm asking about which laws the government should make. I think it's pretty reasonable, that we put murderers in jail, right? So I think that's probably a good law to have, and I don't think that's
Sure.
Rebecca, can I quickly ask you a question as Christian Jay? Because I just heard this the other day, right? I just heard that there was a Christian who was having an argument with one of my friends. And so if one of you guys used this example and it was you, I apologize. I don't remember who it was. But they basically said that they recently talked to a pretty, right-wing, firm believer who was surprisingly to them pro-legalization of marijuana, right? And their argument was, you shouldn't smoke dope, obviously. I mean, come on, let's be serious here. But unless you're the most high apostle, right? Exclusion. But what they said was that people should have the choice, right? And then they should choose not to do it. So it was essentially this argument given towards medical marijuana. So would you say that it also doesn't work in the case of medical marijuana, or are you saying it doesn't work in the case of abortion and murder for some reason that you don't care about or feel the same way with other issues?
Yeah, I'd say it's totally different because it's not in the case of abortion. I'm concerned about the person's rights, the child's rights, the one who can't talk. That even though you can't hear their voice, but they are a person, and so. If that's why murder is different than marijuana, right? That's just
okay. Wait, I do want to ask about that, and this is not really an objection, but what are you counting as a person?
Oh boy, I feel like it could be opening a can of worms.
No, I think he's just asking. We'll accept your definition. Yeah, I'm happy to accept whatever you say as your understanding.
I mean, I'm saying that this is a person, a human person. They have all the organs. They're going to develop into a person unless, prevented in some way. Persons? I I don't know. I'm not gonna. I think they have the potential, so it's better to be on the safe side.
I'm actually okay with that. I'm okay with zygotes as person. That might surprise people, but I really am.
I don't.
But I would say by the time the child has a heartbeat, a brain, that's
that's where, like you
pretty
say,
good indication. Like that's where I would say I don't think that you can argue that that's not a human being at that point.
Okay.
I just go to Danny.
When my wife was pregnant and we were reading those books, right? It did actually surprise me how soon certain things happen. Like for example, right, the fact that I think at 6 months or 7, 6 months, the child actually can. They say they recognize each parent's voice, and they will remember that like after they're born, and will react to that specific voice that they heard in the womb. And now, if that is true, right, to me that is as good a definition of personhood as any other, right?
Yeah, and Lena says that we should have the right to kill it if we don't like its sex.
Yeah, let's get back to the argument that hasn't been shut down yet. So back to bodily autonomy, because again, I see you as
who decides when we're switching from one argument to another, just so I know. Like if we're talking about something we're finding interesting, maybe
gotta free that weed, folks. Gotta free that weed, folks. Thanks, Chad. I appreciate y'all sticking with me. Oh, sorry, I'm not muted. My bad.
I feel like I already shut down the bodily autonomy one.
Yeah, we've certainly.
Yeah, Chad, thanks so much.
Can you just repeat
I appreciate y'all.
Can you repeat the knockdown argument?
I mean,
Well,
Rebecca,
I mean,
you said it wrong. You have to say that you destroyed the bodily
Destroyed
argument. Yeah, you destroyed it.
Murdered that.
Well, okay, look,
aborted
you if you want to retain, I mean, you have bodily autonomy, and if you choose to use your bodily autonomy to engage in acts that bring about other persons, once that person comes about, you are responsible for that person. You cannot kill the person.
This is not a knock. This is not a distraction. I'm sorry, Rebecca. I'm on Lena's team here.
Really?
Yeah.
Wait, Danny, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that? Say more, Danny.
I don't think this is a good response to the bodily autonomy stuff.
Oh.
Okay, what do you think is a good response to the bodily autonomy, Danny?
Well, first of all, I don't really look, the way the bodily autonomy argument is supposed to be is that, hey, the value of this thing in the uterus doesn't add up to obligating us to prevent the person that is holding that fetus or whatever, prevent them from like killing it or something like that. That's something like that, right? But the idea is that you could just think that they're responsible for what's inside the womb. They might think that, but that's not going to necessarily imply that they ought not, or that we should prevent the killing of whatever's inside the womb.
Danny, what do you think about my formulation?
Rebecca is not afraid to slay.
Fully, but
I'm sorry, is that my fault? Probably.
She's not afraid to shut down your
What's your
arguments.
formulation?
So
not
basically,
afraid.
Right, I'm just saying, like,
not scared.
My point is this: like, I think of like laws against abortion as the government enforcing an obligation, right? Which sometimes, we believe governments can enforce obligations from one party to another, right? And the specific obligation we're talking about is that a mother is obliged to continue to provide resources, nutrition, space within her body to a child, right? And so I think this makes it, for example, possible to say something like, at 30 seconds before conception, that obligation is in force. Something around 5 months, say, the fetus is a person, but sorry, boss, there's no obligation. Like the obligation isn't legally enforceable yet, right?
Wait, this is an argument against bodily autonomy?
No, it's an argument that says bodily autonomy introduces.
What if the baby can survive separated from the mother? That's an interesting argument. That's an interesting metric that I've heard discussed, and I might even bring that up. That's an interesting one. I gotta run to the little boys' room real quick. I'll be right back.
As basically
right back.
Obligations, right? The state is enforcing obligations, right?
Okay.
Because all the abortion is withdrawal of resources, right? Like, and there are laws against me arbitrarily one day withdrawing resources from my 2-year-old, right? Like, I can't just one day decide, you know what, I'm not going to take care of my 2-year-old anymore. You're off on the street, right? I'm not going to like find an orphanage. I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to literally shove you off.
Wait, do you take the bodily autonomy argument to be any more than this? That that the value of whatever's in the womb is not valuable enough to stop the mother from terminating whatever its life. That's all bodily autonomy is to me.
I'm saying the fetus does not get special rights.
I don't
right?
see. I don't know what that means.
All parties involved have equal rights with respect to bodily autonomy. That everybody has dominion over their own person.
Yeah, but there are going to be cases where we don't give a flip about that.
Yeah.
There shouldn't be. That those are the fascist cases.
Okay, well, you see,
I didn't realize you're a fascist. I guess that
Lena,
ends the argument. The fact that it's fascist. I mean, oops.
Are you saying that like there, because hospitals are responsible for caring for patients, even if the patient like if like somebody's like unconscious and they're responsible.
Look,
right?
Yeah,
that's
like California doesn't have any abortion law at all, right? Like California, I didn't realize this, right? But like I only knew this like recently that, I mean, legally, you could actually abort 30 seconds before pregnancy in California. You wouldn't be in like legal trouble for it, is my understanding, right? Maybe there's some other law that would apply there, but that's just a case of California saying we don't recognize any legal obligation at all between the mother and the child until after birth, right?
Yeah, and the way that I framed it was in terms of it's not valuable enough for us to force the mother to do anything. Like
I wouldn't phrase it. I don't know if I'd phrase it in terms of value of the life itself. I really like Scott's what he was saying earlier, right? About like I think the point of viability is where the obligation enters, right? It's
but that's obligation and value are like synonymous to me. Like if you obligated to it, it's valuable.
Okay.
I want to make clear, by the way, that I don't find any value in like waiting till the last minute and then getting an abortion. Like that seems pretty messed up to me.
Yeah, but somebody else might try it. Look, you can't.
It's not like you have time to figure things out, and it's a very it's a arguably one of the most important decisions that a person could make, and so I don't think that narrowing their window of decision making is constructive for them. But I mean, again, I'm not like advocating for like, oh, just abort at the last minute. No, I'm saying
you're not. But Lena, one day, like say like a day before a child is like a mother gives birth, the father says to her, you know what, I can't deal with this. I'm out. You're raising this kid on your own, right? And at that point, the mother wants to back out, right? Which it's understandable, right? Would you actually be okay with that happening with no consequences?
And by okay, we mean would you force the mother to have that pregnancy?
Exactly. Would you enforce that obligation?
No.
Okay. Well, you're
you're just different than us, and I don't think there's anything to argue about, right? We're just opposed to you, and you're opposed to us.
Yeah.
Wait. How are we at an impasse here?
What's there to argue about? We have different values. I don't think it reduces any more to like any kind of argument. Like, maybe I'm being a little pessimistic, but I'm betting that it's that because I don't have any reason other than the thing looks like me. The thing can apparently, and all the stuff that Deepak said about memory and voices, those things I'm sensitive to. You're not sensitive to the point where I would force the birth, right? They're not sensitive to you. So there's nothing that I can say that I think I could rationally compel you.
You can show them a sonogram, right? You can actually show them a sonogram and a heart beating. That sometimes works.
That's not a rational reason. That's just
Danny. Can I ask you a question? Can I interject a hypothetical?
Right? You don't believe that necessarily has to be
independent from particularism. Look, let me explain. Okay.
Sorry, that was me.
Like
feedback.
The coffee. Do you like coffee?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you like coffee? Okay. Suppose there's a cup of coffee. I say you want to drink it. You value drinking it. I say no, you shouldn't drink it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea is that you're going to be like, why?
I'm going to drop
I'm
some
opposed to that, right? Well, and then I tell you it's
currency on the Pocket Locker chat.
Right. Yeah. And then it changes your values, right? It makes it such that you believe you ought not. all I can do
Dropping
is
a
like
million,
you said,
stacks on
give the
stacks on
descriptive facts.
stacks.
But there's going to be a point where I can't give any more descriptive facts, right?
Yeah, I'm just saying give him more descriptive facts, right? I'm
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
give him
But
more
I don't think there's anything. Well, in terms of arguing here, right? I think you're
Oh,
right. I
sorry.
could give a video of a thing before a day. It's I could do stuff like
Strike
that. But,
and strike
in terms of like the
and
morality
strike
and like giving
and
an
strike
ethical
and
analysis of what's
strike
going on,
until
there's
you have
nothing more to
victory.
do.
Yeah.
Well, so what exactly is your argument?
Let's add some J Bundy
Mine?
for the J Bundy.
Yeah, in
viewers.
comparison to bodily
I'm saying at this
Myronites.
stage, like we have different values, and the best I can do is show you pictures of the thing that you're killing, basically, or tell you about its neurology or whatever.
What-
right? Which
what-
I'm not
Whoa,
prepared
that's
to
a
do
lot
that.
of currency.
I'm,
Hold on, too many
I'm
zeros.
trying to get at
Mad-
what values you're
forgot how many
appealing
zeros that
to
was.
and
All right.
why and
A
how
lot
we
of
can
zeros.
assess
It looks
the
like a
value.
baby. It reacts like a baby, and I
So-
value babies to the point where I would prevent some of them from killing them, whether they're in or out of a womb.
Yeah. So the value is the sanctity of life, right? And the trade-off, the assessment we have to make is determining which value is more important, bodily autonomy or the sanctity of life. And my assessment falls on bodily autonomy because I believe that maximizes both principles.
Nano and the ushers know how to use the bot.
Because
they know how to use the overlay. They know how to make the emojis make it rain.
I don't know if it's most. Is it most? Most pregnancies throughout history have ended in the death of the mother. Is that right?
Most pregnancies, what?
Not
like
the death.
The mother mortality rate is like historically been pretty high.
It is high, as is the infant mortality rate.
Yeah, look, if a mother was concerned about that, then I would actually be fine with killing even an infant for that reason.
So Danny, I got a question. What do you guys think? Because somebody asked me about this, right? So we're talking about this, and I know a lot of us are just anti-abortion, period. But for some of us, there is this more like, if we were even going to bring back the right to abortion and try to have a progressive conversation, we might even move it, right? Like, let's bring back Roe v. Wade and get it right this time. All right. So what do you guys think of this idea of like sort of a test being if the baby was viable on its own, if removed from the mother, as a standard for like a test for when, you know, it might start to have more legal rights? Again, I don't really know. It's just something I was mentioning in my chat and I wanted to bring it to the panel.
Sorry, ask the last part of
yeah,
my
it's just like you use as a test for like if it would be a viable life on its own outside the mother as some sort of, you know, benchmark or something.
Like as a moral landmark?
Yeah, or some sort of.
Yeah, look, I just don't think there's a fact of the matter about it.
Me either. That's what I was asking. Yeah.
I think that if someone values that kind of landmark, then and someone else doesn't, and they know all the descriptive facts, I don't think there's anything to talk about.
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I mean, the viability doesn't really play in, I don't think, to Rebecca's considerations because she recognizes that it's going to become a person. And so that potentiality already gives it the same value with respect to like the sanctity of life.
Yeah, believe it or not, I'm kind of with both you guys, and I don't mean to talk out of both sides of my mouth. It's just that I'm sort of with Lena on the bodily autonomy, and bodily autonomy just means you can't use my body, period, right? But I'm also with Rebecca in the sense of
period. I don't want the period. The period is what I contest.
The period is what you contest. Okay, but I at least get that that's the principle, and I'm kind of with it. Like you got to have a, let's say, a super compelling reason, right, to violate somebody's bodily autonomy.
If you want to call it a general principle, then fine. Right?
Yeah, but right, that's kind of where I'm at. But just also to clarify, where I say I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth, I'm also with Rebecca in the sense that when it's human, it's human. And for me, from a, you know, I think about these things, again, I don't know what the right answer socially, politically, or philosophically is. I'm just saying for biology, I'm like, it is technically human, right? And I could even say that as a zygote, I could distinguish Danny from his sister, you know, and whatever else. If there was going to be like septuplets, they'd all be individuals, even as zygotes. And so if somebody wants to push it back to that, I don't have a good reason to not grant them the humanness of it even in earlier stages. I just think they're being consistent with their worldview when they say that.
Yeah, I think consistency. Well, this is me being a particularist, but consistency is like some like immoral. Like, but I agree that like a lot of these people are super consistent, and that's the problem to me is that they're being too consistent.
Yeah. So, go ahead. Yeah.
I mean, I'll say this, right? Like, if the transition from zygote to personhood doesn't automatically enforce the anti-abortion kind of obligation, right? It's hard to know what, like, and if it doesn't because of like, like I said, because of bodily autonomy kicking in, it's hard to know what other point is the natural point at which you can say, okay, well, at this point, the obligation kicks in. And except for the viability. The viability is a.
I think there is one. I think it's pain
go ahead,
behavior.
Danny. Go ahead. What is it?
Pain behavior. I think that actually matters a lot. Because you don't have to be a person to exhibit pain behavior.
Yeah. I guess
So
if we were confident in our understanding of biology to know where that precisely kicks in.
pain behavior, it's just looking like it's in pain. It doesn't even have to be that they're in pain.
Oh, I don't know about that. That's a bad idea. Because like I could always like I could design the Sims characters, right? That like they're like oh and stuff.
Yeah, no, but like think about that video game. Like if in a video game like I'm abusing little kids in GTA, right? Some people are gonna have problems with that. They don't let their children play GTA because they abuse fake persons, right?
Yeah, but usually implicitly it's because they believe that leads to like the deadening of the sympathetic impulse in real life.
Yeah, you might be right about that, but that's not why I would be against it. Because it just looks horrible when, like, if you're having sex with a 12-year-old on GTA, right? Like that, I would not.
That's a better example, actually.
I don't really care. It's not a person. It's gross.
Yeah.
It's sick. It looks horrible. So when you're if you're poking a fetus with a needle and it's reacting like it's in pain, who cares if it's in pain? I'm against it.
Well, because it's inside another person who has the rights over their own bodies, right? Like the pains of pregnancy, the pain, like just the little kicks that they can do can be like incredibly painful for some people. So I don't see.
It's not pain; it's pain behavior.
Right, but like all the points about pain are like equally as relevant to the mother. So. Again,
sure. Yeah, I'm with you there. Yeah, if a mother is going through a lot of pain through a pregnancy, that's something that I care about with respect to the calculus of what I would prevent or.
Yeah, you're appealing to a normative value where you need to be appealing to a unique value.
Oh, I don't know. I'm losing you.
Well, otherwise you're not going to be able to argue that the fetus has special rights. Like the only way to say that
I don't know what you mean by special rights. Like I don't.
Yeah.
Why those rights are why the fetus's right to be protected is more important than the mother's right to be protected from the fetus.
I think if you're aware of all the descriptive facts, you're going to have a question like that. I don't think there's a substantive answer.
Danny, what do you mean by descriptive facts?
Like non-value facts. So, like for instance, the fetus is bleeding is a descriptive fact.
Okay.
Right. There's nothing right or wrong about that in terms of the meanings of the term.
All right, and so what are you saying? I have all the descriptive facts, and I'll follow that up with the thing you just said after that.
You might know everything about there is in terms of the biology, the physical facts, the mental facts, right? But there are going to be questions about the value facts or what you care about.
Yeah,
right?
And I think that's the conversation we're having, right? And that's the essential disagreement we have because I'm sort of saying I'm on one side politically and socially, but this is one of the issues where, and I actually think there's a lot of these issues that I'm learning, where I actually think the other side is being completely reasonable based on, differences about our values or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think it makes total sense.
I think what I'm trying to say is that once you're laid out the descriptive facts and everyone's seen everything, knows about all that stuff, right? Then if the value facts or what we care about are different, then there's opposition and there's nothing really to argue for. We're now just trying to stop each other like a sports game, right? Like
Yes, Danny, and I think they're doing a better job. Go ahead, Lena. Sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't think the pro-life side really like appreciates the whole like issue of consent and well again like bodily autonomy. Like I don't think that they hold that in a value. And I mean that's part of what I consider a problem and part of what I consider like inherently
Lena,
bad.
what you should do is go to LPP stream. We should end the stream soon, Rebecca, because I know you have to go. And I want Lena to argue with logical, plausible, probable.
Well,
please.
I'm down to roll over there. We should roll over there late night.
I'm not going
I'm
in
live
that
too
room,
on
man.
Pocket
Like,
Locker
it's too
86, but we
toxic,
should roll over there.
I just want to watch Lena infuriate LPP. Like, that's all.
Well, Danny, come watch it from my channel if you want.
Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to take a shower, so I'm going to be listening to Lena. Lena, can you do it for me?
I'm it's going to be productive, but
it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Look,
who wants to be productive?
Lena, I'll go over there. Lena, I'll go over there
it's
with
about
you.
abortion. Lena, it's about abortion.
It's about abortion.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really heard anything yet that's like convinced me that a fetus should have.
Yeah. Tell him that. Tell him all of it. Right here. Let me give you the link. Okay.
But I don't think he's gonna provide anything that you wouldn't be able to. Like, can you like?
Yeah.
We just want you to trigger a different audience. That's all.
Danny
That's exactly what
wants to
Danny's
see.
saying. There's nothing he can do to convince you now. He's laid out the value kind of calculus, and he's laid out the. I mean, he could give you more descriptive facts, but he doesn't.
Yeah, there's nothing. I'm unstoppable now. Okay, look, there's the link.
Danny's
It
just
has
looking for trouble. He wants to see Lena like.
Well, I think where our disagreement lies then is.
Are you
is
suggesting,
in the
Rebecca?
relationship.
Are you suggesting that's his phrase?
Yeah, that
I
you're
see
stirring
that-
up drama that you just.
I've already got it pulled up. I'm ready to go. As soon as you guys give me the signal, we're
Jay's
stream
too
hopping.
nice. Lena's gonna Lena has bite, and she's a little condescending, which is amazing. So it's gonna be.
Yeah.
I really don't mean to be. I recognize that I like come off that way, and I can't help it. I'm sorry.
But you know what's funny is then she lectures us for being too mean.
It's
Okay,
a good
well-
thing in this situation.
All right, guys. Thank you for being here. Thanks for everybody who's been here for this 5.5 hour stream. It's been wonderful talking to everybody. And Scott, it was great having you on. You had a lot of good things to add. Everybody was wonderful. Thank you, guys.
Rebecca, I mean this sincerely. Thank you. And email me and we'll set up a time for you to convince me that young Earth creationism is true. Intelligent design creationism has more evidence to support it than the evolutionary biologists will concede. I'm here for it. Let's do it.
I'm not agreeing to argue for young Earth creation, but I will do the intelligent design thing.
You like the okay? Let's do it. Let's set it up. I'm here
I
for
want to
it.
express how disappointed I am that Danny didn't make a comment about my screen name. I thought he would find it amusing.
I did. I'm trying. Like I said,
I didn't understand it. Is there something about Cambridge I don't know?
Cambridge Properties. You've heard of Cambridge Properties, right?
What is that? I know what Cambridge is.
Properties? Wait,
I know the university, the city, and everything.
University Press. No.
Well, a Cambridge property is a property that doesn't actually apply to the object. So, for example.
Oh my God! Yes. Oh, it's been so long since I used that term. Oh no.
Yeah. No. Tell us real quick. I want to make sure our audience gets it. Deepak, what's a Cambridge property?
Yeah. So like a property of like an intrinsic, a non-Cambridge property of me is my height, right? And a Cambridge property of me would be something like Jay is taller than me, right? Because it's not a property of me. It's I don't know.
It's relative.
Yeah, there's like it's distinguished from
I'm actually getting it wrong, maybe.
Wait, so are Cambridge properties relations or non-relations?
It's like self-referential versus referential to others.
Let me find the example. Maybe.
I forgot, man.
Yeah, I forgot too.
Because like the height is your is like you versus the environment, whereas the comparison of your height and someone else is like a comparison of two entities, two like agents. So it's different.
Yes,
we do have innate programming, guys. We're just waiting here to transition to our next call-in. We're gonna go to logically.
Yeah, I understand them. I use the term relations, I think, or relational property.
Plausible,
but
probable.
We were ending this stream, right?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah,
Rebecca, thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks, Rebecca.
Hey, thank you, guys.
Guys,
All
we're
right.
going to a logical whatever that is. See you later.
Okay, Lena, I'm
Rebecca.
gonna watch you. Okay, go in. Don't disappoint me.
Let's do this.
All right. Okay.
All right, let me use the little boys' room again. I don't know why. I think all this wine and water. It's all the wine and water, folks. And then we're gonna hop into the stream. Let's get it set up actually so that it's ready to go. We're gonna call in. We're gonna pull up the stream behind here so we can be in their chat as well. We're gonna get ready. Let's make sure our settings are good. 5656. Ooh, no echo cancellation, stereo audio. There it is. All right. Camera's ready to go. Name is good. All right, we're going right in. Hang on.
Quite a heated conversation. Well, I don't know about heated, but we had a great conversation on it, and they wanted me to come over here and watch me.
Oh, okay, right on. Well, we can do that.
I was about to say the thing they just ended on. I guess I would argue for late term abortion, although I'm certainly not a fan of it.
All right, we're on a second here. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. I'm part of. I'm one of Lena's backup dancers. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just sit here over here and look cute and shoo woo woo if need be. But I appreciate you having me back on. Enjoying this opportunity.
Right on. We'll appreciate you. It was great talking with you last night. Okay, so
yeah, I just came from the same stream too. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. All right, so Lena was here first, so let's we'll engage first and don't interrupt real quick, and then.
Oh, of course, man. No problem.
Okay, all right, so Lena, go ahead.
I appreciate it. I just want to start actually by saying I didn't get a chance last conversation to kind of lay out why I engage in these discussions and what I'm about. So I just want to say I really appreciate doing this. I love reaching across the aisle, being able to have really clear-minded and honest conversations about these difficult topics. This is not easy for a lot of people. This brings up a lot of emotions. Just religion in general, not abortion specifically, but all the different conversations that we have. I just want to let you know that I do this for my own understanding, because that's the only understanding I see as really mattering. The only intelligence that matters is my own at the end of the day. So I want to make sure that I'm right on these things, and I think that I am, and I think that it matters, especially when it comes to situations of human rights, which is what I see it as. So I just want to preface it by saying that I try my best to be a good faith interlocutor, and I hope the same for all parties involved, but I think we've already established that rapport. So we can jump right in from there.
No, I appreciate that, and it's always good to have you back. So, somebody is echoing here. What's going on there? Okay. All right. So you are pro-choice. Why don't you go ahead and outline your argument as to why you are in favor of it?
Yeah, so the only argument I really came to defend was the argument from bodily autonomy. So I believe that everybody has ubiquitous jurisdiction over their own body. I think this applies equally to fully grown people as it does to fetuses, or really any stage of the development that you want to argue for. I think that they have the right to bodily autonomy, but that when one organism is inside the other, then you have to defer to, the person's bodily autonomy. And if one person chooses to terminate a pregnancy, that is their right under their body.
When your penis is inside the woman to impregnate her, do you have full autonomy inside of her?
Can you elaborate what you mean by autonomy? Like,
well, I'm extrapolating out your logic, right? So you're saying if something is inside somebody else's body, then you have full autonomy, ubiquitous autonomy, correct?
yeah, I mean, I'm not
Okay,
sure.
okay, okay. So
like
if
chop your penis off once it's inside her, or like she can like, if she's like giving a blowjob, like she can,
yeah,
bite down.
It's inside of her body. So does she now have? Does your penis become part of her body at that point?
No.
Okay, cool. And why is that?
Like being like in one of the orifices, we'll say, is not comparable in the same sense of bodily autonomy.
Well, why?
And if we're talking consensual, obviously, I want to be clear. I'm not advocating for rape.
Well, I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I'm saying that I want you to establish why this is your penis a component of an entirely different organism. Yes or no?
No.
Your penis is not a component of your unique body?
It is.
Okay, cool. So is there a different genetic code which is the foundation to the cells which make up your dick?
Not that I'm aware.
You don't think you have a unique, there's not a unique genetic code which is the foundation to the cells that make up your dick?
I mean, I'm not an expert on the biology, but like, we'll say that your body.
I'm guessing Dr. J. Bundy back there is like flipping out right now. I think he works in evolutionary biology and is probably flipping out by there being a question of whether or not there is a unique genetic code in the cells which are comprised.
I mean, I would say there is, but I'm just listening to hear where this goes. Yeah, I'm letting you guys go.
I wasn't quite tracking, but I think I get what you're saying, and yes.
Okay, so the point. I'll break it down. Okay, so the zygote, embryo, fetus, etc., that is inside the woman, does it have a unique genetic code from the moment of conception? Yes or no, or recombination? I guess. Yes or no?
I mean, based on my last failure, I want to say yes now.
Okay, the answer is yes. Okay, so the cells that are now the result of the fusion of the sperm and egg and the ultimate recombination of the half of the DNA from the mother, half of the DNA from the father, which now have formed a unique genetic code and a unique organism, exists from the moment of conception and will always be unique hitherto. So let's go back to the earlier question. Do the cells that make up your dick, when they are inside a woman, are they now under her complete control, or do you maintain the rights to them and her to not be able to do whatever she wishes?
Yeah, I think you would maintain your rights because there's a significant difference between being inside someone's womb and being in their mouth, for instance, right? Like the pull out, the ease of pull out, I think is a relevant factor.
Well, right, because you have the capacity to do so, right? And assuming you don't bleed to death, even if for some reason your penis was removed from your body by one of these an action she takes, you probably wouldn't die, right?
Well, that would not be okay. That would be.
Well, no. Whether or not it's okay or not okay is not the question. The question is, you're probably not going to die if she bites your dick off or like somehow, cuts it off for some reason.
You could get an infection.
Bro, I literally said that's within the realm of possibility, but we're talking about the likelihood. The likelihood is that you're not going to die even if that happens. You might want to because you no longer have a dick.
Good medical care? Probably not, yeah.
Okay, cool. In almost all cases, does abortion result in the total death of this life form that's inside the mother?
Well, I mean, when we use the word death, it implies like the implications of like life. But I mean, yeah, for the sake of the argument, yeah, sure. I'm willing to grant personhood wherever you want, and then say like, yes, it is a. We could even call it a murder if you wanted.
Okay, so you're in favor of murder of the innocent who are unable to defend themselves. Is that correct?
I value the rights of bodily autonomy over the rights of the fetus to use another person. See, that's the thing, is I apply the right to bodily autonomy ubiquitously, whereas I see you guys as applying special rights to the fetus.
Okay, so does the
LPP, does it have to be murder? Is there any distinction to you, like, at all, where, and I'm not saying you don't, where it could be...
I didn't actually use that word. I'm just following the word that Lena used.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She did say you could even call it murder, so that's where you were going with that.
Right.
I got you. Okay.
Like, if they're gonna acquiesce to that point, then I'll just follow the logic.
Sure. No, I'm with you. I appreciate that. Thanks for reminding me of that.
So in this context, about the ubiquitous bodily autonomy, do I maintain bodily autonomy as a father when I am expected to provide for the child after it's born by law?
Yeah, so I mean, this is actually a separate issue, and I have
hang on, Nana, I'm looking into it right
now. When it comes to like, well, actually, I think it's a fairly consistent leftist view, which is that the state should provide for for a person's basic needs, I believe. So I don't think we should.
That's not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is the right to exterminate another life. Okay, so do I maintain, under the current law, right? Do I maintain 100% bodily autonomy with zero responsibility as a father? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, again, it's not really relevant to bodily autonomy because it has nothing to do with your body. It has more to do with your finances.
Bro, if you don't pay child support, you go to jail. How does that how are you maintaining bodily autonomy?
Because they're not like nothing is entering or exiting your body. Like they're not using your body in any way to sustain the child, right? Like
what are you talking about? Okay, so you have to go and work and use your body to generate money and income in order to pay for food, shelter, so on and so forth. What do you mean you're not using your body? In fact, I mean, you have to think about this. You have a minimum of 18 years. Bro, listen, you have 18 years minimum liability. 18 years minimum liability.
You do realize I just said, like, I don't agree with forcing people to pay for childcare. Like, I think that's a government responsibility.
I get all that. That's not the point. We're talking about in the current stage, following your logic of ubiquitous bodily autonomy, being the justification for the execution of another form of life.
And I explained my definition of bodily autonomy wouldn't have anything to do with the with the laws regarding the financial responsibility of the father. Like it's not in the same ballpark. Like you can like go down this whole, oh well, you're technically like using your body to
Nano, post it after.
Resources.
Post it. You could post it here in self promo.
What we're talking about here, right? We're talking
you could post it here.
That is life threatening.
After the god of cancer. This is what I reacted to later. I posted it before late night Counter-Apologetics.
It's life threatening. 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 All right. Do you think that it is a large percentage or a very small percentage?
Oh,
of
is this your
women
videos you're talking about?
in modern civilization?
No, I think
that die
we've
in
looked at
childbirth?
these. I'm gonna add these.
I'm
I gotta
glad
add
you
these.
added the
I'm
clarifier
gonna
of
download them.
modern. It would have been quite a slip up.
Dude, we're talking about right now, bro. So if you can be coherent, please, and stay focused
Oh,
on
YouTube
the here and now, what's
okay.
actually happening now, not hypotheticals. We're talking
Yeah,
about the real world. Okay. So right now, are there copious amounts of women who are dying in childbirth?
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
All right.
It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
You just stated
That's so
that
weird.
the,
All right, let's see what's going on here.
Threat to their life and whatnot is a justification under your position of ubiquitous bodily autonomy. We justify for them to kill the abortion because they're it's life threatening.
Yeah, it's weird. It's not showing you
asked
guys. Why isn't it showing
Is it
people
life
here?
threatening for the vast majority of women? Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm saying it doesn't matter. If it's life threatening to any
Look, you guys
reasonable
disappear when I
extent,
go over
and
here.
I
That's really
suppose that
weird. All
there's-
right, let's see what's going on.
There is some like debate over where that is, but I mean it's a medical procedure. You know, like carrying a baby to term is inherently risky, not just life like lethality wise, but in a number of other aspects. Right. So, I mean, the actual percentage that it affects, it really is irrelevant to the argument. Do you see how I'm arguing for a person's right to their own body to assess whether they
Yes,
want to
can't
take that
do a
risk, not
motherfucking
whether the
thing.
risk is high or low.
Right, but in the context of
Read the message history.
we're going to exclude rape and incest from this equation because it accounts for less than 1.5% of all abortions. Okay, we're going to look at the 98.5%. So, in those instances, was there forceful impregnation?
Well, I think we just established not.
Okay, so did they engage willfully in an act which is known to be the fundamental of reproduction in the human species?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So do they have the option for things such as birth control, condoms, etc., other contraceptives to dramatically mitigate the probability of becoming pregnant through a willful act?
Gosh, I'd hope so. I hope everyone lives in a blue state.
Do you think in red states that contraception is not legal or not accessible
anymore? I actually don't know. I don't know which states had.
Wow, dude, what state do you live in, and how old are you?
You asked me that last time.
I know, and I forget what it is. It's been a while. So, state
Well, it's
and
also,
age.
so like, let's get back on topic.
No, state and age. Because if you're ignorant of this, it's just astonishing to me. State and age.
I just said 24 in California, and what?
Okay, so do you actually? Okay, so the point I'm making is that if you, as a 24-year-old, are operating from the perspective that somehow birth control and other contraceptives are not available in other states, the level of ignorance on this topic is astonishing. Like,
Thanks,
it's
YouTube
available
Punk.
in every
This is
state.
great.
Dude. Like, this is not an issue. And in the vast majority of places, you can get it
Weird.
You can get birth control for.
All right, let's see. I think with the permission should help. Let's try to get these.
So the whole
right.
it's not available thing is a talking point.
Because I can see that
ad
you guys
nauseam by
can't see
people
it
who are
over here.
gambling,
It's really weird.
That there are people
Hopefully
like
it's getting
yourself
better.
who don't take the time apparently to go and investigate these things.
Yeah, you're engaging in irrelevancies again. It doesn't matter.
Irrelevancies? Okay,
Let me
no,
see
there's
where
very
you guys
relevant
were
going
at
back to the point that I was
before with
making,
the other
which is
channels.
establishing whether or
See, I
not
can see you guys over
the
here.
pregnancies that would be question for these abortions, were they the result of willful action? Yes or no?
I already seeded yes.
Also, where's
we're
YouTube
just
Punk?
continue this logic. And do they have
YouTube Punk, if you're on probation, when you join the server, you got to react to this
hang on,
role.
I'm just going to clearly state this. There is no equivocation.
You got to react to this to become a guest.
No equivocations.
In the rules. And once you react to the
We also
rules,
agree that there
I'll
is
make
a
you
plethora of different options
mod.
to exponentially reduce the
Like
probability
once I
of
see you
becoming
pop
pregnant.
up here,
granted all of it.
I'll just make you a mod.
Lena, this is for the audience to make sure that
Yeah,
there is
I
no.
understand.
All right, but let me get back to
There's
these
no
community
confusion.
channels because
Okay.
the permissions weren't right
Now,
here. I don't know why. I thought I did them.
if this is the case, how is
All right, I got a couple more to do.
the bodily autonomy defense justified
Mods.
when somebody went into something from a known potential outcome in order for it to justify the extermination of another life form?
Imagine you offered your kidney to someone else. Okay, this is a comparable analogy because
Are you about to try and give me the violinist argument?
it's comparable to the violinist argument, but I mean, it's actually, is it the violinist argument? I guess it is. Yeah. Well, so the point I was trying to make is that you don't, you can give them, let's say you grant them access to your body, right? I believe that at any point you should be able to say, you know what, no more. That's my level of respect for bodily autonomy. Okay, so like,
okay, so does that apply all the way up until the moment of birth?
Yes.
Okay, so why? Just because it's inside of her body?
Yeah, that's the ubiquitous standard.
Thanks for
Okay,
bearing with me, YouTube
so
Punk. We'll get it right.
is
Appreciate
the
you.
Baby,
yeah.
any
See
more
if
or
it
less
puts you.
viable
See
inside
if
of
you
her
can
uterus
see
or
the
outside of her
rules and
uterus
click
at that
this
point?
thing.
Irrelevant, but we'll say more viable.
And I'll pull it up over here so I keep an eye on it.
More viable, which place?
Inside.
Invalid invite?
Is that right?
Okay. So, are you saying that while the
All right, hang on a
baby is
sec.
in the birth canal, and it's crowning, right? Are you saying that until the entire body is out of there, it can be killed?
Well, so now the
This thing is trying to
blowjob principle might apply.
really block me and
I
YouTube
think that's
Punk
a
from
relevant
connecting on YouTube.
application to the earlier point you were making.
It's not gonna work. YouTube Punk's gonna
which
be
is
one
that,
of our
like,
mods.
I'm coming full circle here.
It's our best usher.
I'm now coming full circle. So if you so again, let's establish this. So while it's in the birth
I
canal,
need YouTube Punk and
it's coming out
Cameron.
and getting ready to crown.
Nano.
Can it be killed then?
I think it
We need
depends,
Hillary's
like,
emails up in
on
here,
where
too.
at. And I know this is getting like super nitpicky, but
Yeah,
like,
I don't know how he
when
can.
you
it's,
bring
it's,
up the blowjob example,
Oh
I
my
think
God!
we're
It
already,
sent him another
we're already
thing.
there.
It sent him another.
So,
it sent him another
I'll
invalid
say
invite
like
again.
There's a significant difference between
That's so
giving
weird.
birth and a blowjob. Still, like when it comes to the stretching of the orifice to get a bit graphic.
Not if you're
Create
going
an
to claim
invite.
bodily autonomy for things that
Try
are
this
inside the
way.
body. The foundation to your premise is the
Right.
things that are inside the
this
body.
isn't
are under
the.
the
All right,
control
here.
of
Send.
the body that
Let's
they're
copy
inside.
the link.
That is the foundation to your position.
Yeah, and that's what I'm being consistent with. I'm saying like
But you're dismissing the penis. But you're dismissing the
Looks like
penis.
that one's good.
Right, because of the different
All right,
circumstances
now-
that I just laid out.
Oh, so it's completely subjective, and there is no.
Yeah,
Okay,
this
so
is
it's
all
based
so.
on
It's so
your
weird. It's a very
definition
interesting
of-
conversation, but
or
it's gone
your
directions I didn't
personal
expect it to
position
go.
about whether or not the
No,
bodily
it's-
autonomy should apply.
All right.
Well, no, yes,
Yeah, Cameron, go ahead.
it's
Switch to
my
Pocket
opinion
Locker.
that bodily
Pocket
autonomy
Locker is
should
going to be
apply.
my primary
Now we
channel.
can argue whether.
Okay,
why-
Because everything's going to be there.
So let's
Only
establish this
shows
now.
will be
Okay,
on
so
J
you
Bundy.
now
Definitely
have
switch to Pocket
the
Locker if you
baby
can.
is in the birth canal.
But yeah,
and
try
literally
to.
about
You
to
should
come
just
out of the
click
vagina.
this reaction,
Okay.
and it's to switch you to a guest, YouTube Punk.
How is and
Yeah.
and we have also established that you're
Go ahead, give it a
it's
shot.
inside the body. Therefore, the woman has control. She can make that decision. So if you have your penis,
Also, guys,
in
hit me
the
up on
exact
FetLife.
same position, is she
Y'all know what
allowed to
time
chop
it
off
is.
if she wants to? Yes or no?
I already said no to the blowjob analogy.
Well, we're talking about vagina, right? We're talking about some real.
We're talking about vaginas right
so
now.
So why? So now defend why when you have your unique.
All right,
cells
it says YouTube Punk join,
grounded in a unique genetic
but
code, it's the
you got to
exact same
react
thing
to this.
as the
You got to
baby,
click this.
and is the foundation to what is a
React
unique
with the
life
black
form.
nib.
I want you to tell me, defend.
Yeah, their
why
convo
it is
is
not
on.
acceptable for her to chop her dick off.
We're in the
And it
broadcast.
is acceptable to kill the child.
I just have myself muted so that he can have this conversation with Lena.
I mean, so the thing with the, how is she gonna
Hang on
chop
a
her
second,
dick?
Lena. You guys got a bunch of people that want to be let in, and I know Hillary's emails, who we know is back there. But go ahead. I just wanted to let you know in case you weren't seeing it.
They dropped off. If they come back in, we can let them in. But go ahead.
I get this is like a hypothetical, so I'm trying to be charitable, but like the reason I was like, there's no teeth down there, but like, okay, I'll go with a thought experiment. Okay.
Well, in ancient times,
Here, I'm gonna
prostitutes
put
in
it for you
Asia
guys in
used
the
to have
stream chat.
razor blades that they would hold inside their vagina, and once you stuck your dick
One
in,
other.
they would
Who's one
flex in a certain
other?
way to hold your dick
Yes.
with razor blades.
We have a
until you paid.
YouTube punk. Now look, when
And
you
then
go to
they
the
would, like,
guest
hold your
room,
dick
look,
prisoner
look,
until you paid.
YouTube punk.
So this is a completely
And
that's not the most
I'm gonna go
ethical,
to the
thing to be doing, I'd say.
Hey, did you say it's not the most ethical thing to be doing?
Watch
Yeah,
me.
I mean,
go to
so-
watch
So it
me,
wouldn't
and
be
then you
ethical
go
for her
to the stream
to
chat.
blackmail you via your penis.
Here's their show,
for
guys.
money.
Roe v.
But it
Wade.
would be ethical
open mic.
to kill a defenseless child.
All right, I go to
who
the
does
guest
not have the
room.
ability to defend
I
itself.
click
Is that
on
correct?
YouTube punk. You're no longer,
mean,
yes, no longer
You're
on
labeling it with the
probation.
whole
You
innocent thing. I mean,
are a
yeah, sure.
mod.
Why not? Again, I'm defending bodily autonomy here. and
Actually,
so,
no longer a mod.
Yeah,
right, and
yeah.
I'm extrapolating out your logic.
Welcome to the
About
administration.
bodily autonomy. Okay.
I skipped over mod.
Is
for my sweet
your
YouTube
penis
punk, I go straight to
inside the
admin.
woman
Straight
when you're
to
having sex with her?
administration.
Yeah.
So why is your dick not now under the complete control of the woman?
It's just not. She's not allowed to cut your dick out with razor blades. That's just not. That's not part of consensual sex.
All right, guys, that was great. We got YouTube punk in.
Okay. Well, if okay, so it's not part of consensual sex. So is the babies that exist the result in this context we're talking about? Are they the result of consensual sex? Yes or no?
Yeah, it's a rough.
I mean, in the
argument, guys.
hypothetical you laid out, yeah.
No, I mean, in like 98.5% of all pregnancies are the result of consensual sex.
I'm not. I don't like to grant statistics, but for the sake of the argument, sure.
Okay, is the
Oh, it's because
organism
it was
now
set to
exists,
private
is it
category, guys.
comprised or
That was an
generated
accident.
via
That's what happened.
half of your DNA?
Boom. That's what happened.
I just say I don't like
We figured
granting
it
without
out.
fact checking, but
We figured it out.
Hey,
That was an
so-
accident. Sorry
hey,
about
Jay,
that, guys.
Jay, can you confirm or deny that 50% of the DNA comes from the father and 50% comes from the mother as a PhD?
I mean, I just think that's kind of I think it's off. Like there's probably some asymmetry that I'm not quite remembering, but I mean, I don't. Yeah, what's
we'll go with it, sure.
What'd you say,
Okay.
Lena?
For the sake of the argument, we can keep going, sure.
Yeah, but I still think I just don't see it. Sorry, maybe I lost track of where you guys were going. Was there? Why did this come up? Why are we going to this?
Well, we're extrapolating this out into the logic of is
compare
the result of consensual sex? Yes or no? In this context we're talking about, right? Yes.
Okay.
If yes, well, actually, it doesn't matter which kind, whether it's yes or no. But are all fetuses, well, embryos, ultimately generated and zygotes ultimately generated via the DNA?
Right. And is
in the
this
sperm and DNA in the
okay?
egg?
Okay, yeah. I think we're all with that. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so and Lena is unaware of a lot of things on biology, so I was just asking you as a PhD in.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a digital biologist, but like, yeah. As far as I know, that's where we're at. Like I said, there's always some
it's a
weirdness because of mitochondria and whatever else. But and like I said, weird stuff happens.
There can be minor. Well, and there's stuff with like epigenetic tagging and all that kind of stuff. It happens in
right, and then like imprinting, so stuff gets weird. But yeah. But for the most part,
there's
I'm with you.
variations, but there's half from the mother, half from the father. There's slight modifications. I mean, good grief, nobody's actually counting like, oh well, there was 3.x million or a billion nucleotides that were from the mother. Oh wait, in this context of recombination, that was only 200 million from the father. I mean, that's not, nobody's arguing over that, right? It's like, it's pretty close to that.
So we're good. Yeah, it's 50% from each parent, and that's that. Yeah.
Let's be clear, we're also not really often arguing about late-term abortion. Like, I said I would defend it, but it's not the normative case if you're going to appeal to normative situations.
Right,
you too, Puck. I think that's the bigger thing. Yeah, I also just think that go ahead. I also just think there's a difference between consenting to sex and consenting to pregnancy, right?
Oh, absolutely, but we hadn't gotten there.
Sure. Okay.
Well, no, actually,
because they try and set that up.
No, actually,
I know that you might disagree with that, right? Yeah.
No. I already established I obliterated that point. I don't know if you were paying attention already. I already established earlier in this conversation that the via access to contraceptives.
No, that does not equate.
Kind of things. Hang on, I'm not finished with we're extrapolating logic as adults.
You're going, but it doesn't work.
I mean, I understand that you have the mental maturity of somebody who's not 24 years old, but that doesn't change the reality that as adults, we have to take responsibility for your actions, and you have to take responsibility for your actions in pretty much any other context, except one that like this, which is actually one of the most important ones and the greatest responsibility you can take in life. And then somehow we want to tell people that you can, in spite of all the different ways to account for this, don't worry about it. You can just kill it and think that somehow is not relevant to this whole piece. Or from the macro view, if you want to not engage, you don't have to worry about it at all. So I mean, there's multiple.
But see, that's my thing. Is for me, it's part of a toolkit, right? To me, we take this sort of weird view on abortion where we're like, hey, every baby that is conceived of deserves to live. Whereas I take the perspective that human life really isn't any more unique or more or less special than chimpanzee life. Go ahead.
Jay, my argument kind of depends on the sanctity of life. So I don't want to get into disagreement there.
Oh, well, okay. No, I agree with you about the sanctity of life. I just think it's arbitrary. And I'm just saying that part of our, I think, quest for human liberty is that, I think we need the full behavioral toolkit given to an adult person who's already here in the world. And part of that is, to me, I see essentially abortion as part of a large suite of family planning or reproductive choices. And you see this type of thing throughout the animal kingdom all the time, where you have, the new male will come in and kill off the previous male's offspring, or a mother will decide that the best interest of her current brood of offspring, it's best that she knocks this particular weak chickling out of the nest. It's brutal stuff, but it's just nature. And I put humans firmly in that, and I think we're tying one of our hands behind our back when it comes to giving people the full suite of reproductive choices. So to me, I'll grant you, it's human, it's killing a human life, whatever you say. I just think, I'm kind of just with, and that them's be the breaks, Yeah,
I still see it consistent to be pro-life, not in the political sense, but for the sanctity of life, and then want to apply bodily autonomy because of that reason. That's why I see it as a human right, and why I see abortion as vital health care, is because being able to terminate a pregnancy is vital health care for a lot of people. So this isn't just, as you put it, oh, let's just kill a baby. It's a complicated situation with a lot of different factors, and the main factor I defer to is bodily autonomy, because it's ubiquitous, because it's something we can all agree on. It's something that nobody wants violated, right? The
Yeah.
ways in which.
And I guess I'm
bodily-
kind of just giving you not only that, but why should a woman in America have less rights than, say, a woman in a third world country who will literally just abort a fetus? You're not a fetus, but she'll like kill an infant, right? She'll commit infanticide, and there's no like, you know, legal structure to like do anything about it. They're just like, yep, she decided she didn't want that baby, so it's
Jay-
gone. Go ahead.
Jay,
Yeah,
I hate to break this. Hang on, I hate to break this to you, but you do realize that the majority of the world's abortion laws are dramatically more restrictive than the United States, right?
I'm just saying where they can be, but there's also places where you don't have legal government at all. And more of my point, even when they are more restrictive, I doesn't think that makes it right. I actually think what I'm trying to say is a little bit more Alina's point. Like I as a biologist, when I say quote unquote human life is no more special, I just mean from a fundamental perspective of the laws of physics as I understand them. But we are humans, right? And so what I'm kind of saying is, to Lena's point, why should a human person have less rights than a lion or less rights than a gibbon? If some wild primate decides, look, I cannot take care of this offspring, they will get rid of it. I know that that's not, and I know that it makes us cringe to see, you know, a little baby die. It literally makes me cringe to see a little baboon baby die. It isn't pleasant, but neither is COVID-19. To me, it doesn't override the fact that just has to be what people have the autonomy to do in a system where we evolved with that as part of our reproductive toolkit. And I know that Christians are trying to create a world where that isn't possible or doesn't happen, but to me, that is not the natural state of things, and we are fundamentally fighting against our own nature.
Jay, can I
don't want to turn into an appeal to nature. But
Maybe
just
you
to
don't, but that's just my opinion. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just to piggyback off that real quick. I mean, the threat, like the forced impregnation, or sorry, not impregnation, the forced pregnancy, right? Of what that's what we're talking about, right? Like that is such an egregious violation of bodily autonomy, right? And it can kill you. Like this is absolutely a pro-life position when it comes to viewing all parties involved, right? I mean, you're going to talk about current situations, but like if we actually looked historically, like that's one of the leading causes of death is
can I just I just have two questions. First question for Jay, and I guess it kind of goes into what you were just saying, Lena. Are you a Christian, or do you hold to any theological position for that?
We're heathens. We're atheists.
Well, yes, we're religious. I'm a religious atheist.
Okay, so let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Okay, is killing a child wrong?
No, not always.
Generally speaking, yes.
But okay, so generally speaking.
And by the way, I agree with her. What I'm saying is, it is not in some sort of, I'm trying to just be direct, right? I'm trying to give you like the direct answer, which is, so on some sort of absolute level, no. But, generally speaking, is it morally acceptable to kill children? Like, obviously not. But, again, I'm just not putting it as some sort of absolute. So go ahead.
Now, okay. All right. So from a Christian perspective, from a biblically Christian perspective, nature, right? Because you go off of the idea that, well, we're just animals, we're just doing what's natural.
Sure.
And sometimes, like a lion will kill its cub, or a gorilla will kill its baby, gorilla. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, that's fine. Infanticide or whatever. Yep.
Right. There will be animals that commit infanticide. Right. But we're not animals.
But that fundamentally think you're wrong about that.
No, Bible says we're animals.
No, the Bible says that we are specific.
Ecclesiastes.
Oh, I mean, are you coming with that from a theological perspective? Like you're theologically committed to the idea that we're not animals? Because I'll grant you that. Because I'm a biologist. I mean, you're not going to convince me we're not animals. But if that's your theistic position, I'm happy to grant it to you. I mean, I understand that. Yeah.
Jay, can
Sure.
I ask a question?
Yeah. Go ahead.
What is the you're a biologist? What is the evidence that we are animals?
What's the evidence that we're animals? I mean,
Yes, I mean I know people have made up some.
your
charts,
body. I mean, look in the
taxonomy.
mirror, right? You've got
No,
nipples like mammals,
stop. No,
hair.
wait a minute. No, I don't mean that.
Okay.
You have a
Forget the charts.
Forget the evidence.
The
Okay, go
evolutionist
ahead.
charts, the taxonomies.
You know what the definition of an animal is?
What? How do you know we are
You
an
find the
animal?
animal.
I mean, we're totally different from animals. We have reason. We have language, which
Main
no
animal.
linguist can figure out where they came from. We have a mind.
Whoa, don't
that's
stop
just
insulting the
mind-boggling.
animals. My dog has reason.
Oh,
all
come
right?
on, knock it off.
Sam, watch this. Sam, do you want this? Do you want this treat? Watch this, Sam. Look at this
He's
treat.
hopeless.
Do you want this
Is
treat?
it
Watch.
Bible reading
Watch.
tools?
Watch. Hang on, guys. It's a serious demonstration. Sam, do you want the treat? Look at him. Look, my dog was sleeping, napping comfortably. I literally woke him up. He got up. He hopped off the chair. Why? Because I put a treat on the floor. Reasons. That's all I'm saying. Animals have reasons. It's called cognition.
Yeah, they have reason, but so do people. But reason is not. Reason is not science. Okay, reason is not science. I don't care what Darwin says or the Enlightenment.
Darwin wouldn't say reason is science. He'd say science is science and reason is reason. I don't understand.
Well, Darwin was not a scientist. He was a theologian.
Look, you've completely distracted from the conversation and haven't added anything useful, and you haven't defined animal as I asked. So let's move back onto the abortion.
Well, that demonstration was totally BS anyway, because that dog.
What do you
and
mean?
you're sitting there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The dog will come to you just like Pavlov rang the bell, right?
All
And
I'm
the
saying
fact
is they do that for a
if you
reason.
asked
There's
me
a reason.
If you asked me for a treat, I would say no. I don't want your treat. The dog doesn't have that offer, though, because you're the master.
But here's my question.
Because
Here's my
you're the
question.
master.
Why would you reject the treat offer if I made it?
Because you're not my master.
Okay. You see the fact that you did it because I'm not your master, and the fact that my dog did
I'm
it
my
because
own master,
okay, right. And my
right?
dog
That's
did it
how you
because
look
I
at it.
am his master. My point is you both
'Cause
have
he's an
a
animal.
reason. Yes.
Yeah, but he doesn't reason through it. He just shows up for the treat. He's trained.
No, he did reason through it. See, okay, I won't do it right now because I respect his ability. Listen, I'm respecting his bodily autonomy, and he's wandered off somewhere else. But later, what I would do is I could have put a different treat on the floor, right? And he would not have gotten off the couch, right? I could have literally, believe it or not, proof positive. Look, I'm reaching into his chair. Look, and all of these things were literally laying in his chair. So if I were to put one of these on the floor, he would not have gotten up because he doesn't like these as much. So he is able literally to decide what he put on the floor something I want enough to make the autonomous decision to get up and hop. He's also old and small. That's quite a leap for him. And he made the choice because he prefers what I put there to these.
He's an animal. He's not a reasoning human being.
And so are you.
I think so, therefore I am. I am not an animal.
Craziness.
I'm not an animal, bro.
Nonsense.
Your biology is
all right,
so
I mean,
screwed
we're cool. If you guys want to deny being animals, I'm happy to proceed with the conversation with your denial on record, and we can keep going.
No comparison with any animal on Earth.
Right. Can a dog do math? No.
This is
all right. Hang on. Okay, so before it goes into, I need to go make another graphic for an overlay for Dumpster Fire because I feel like
guys, it's live.
Real quick, let's
logical, plausible.
Pavlov's dog.
Probable
is trained to
channel.
freaking come to a treat, and he doesn't like the other treats because they're probably made from whatever, probably vegan or something. Who knows? Maybe it's a meat eating dog.
No, I guess animals can't reason.
He was the first person to come out, like the additional person. So let's let him air his side. Anything on your mind you want to share?
I mean, yeah. So I actually came in, like Danny sent us, me, Lena, and Jay at the same time. Like we were just trying to stir trouble. We were going to talk abortion, but this animal thing, I don't know if I want to step in here. But look, we can grant, I mean, Jay is. I think partly he's just trying to stir trouble as well. But like, we could grant that like humans have like a special faculty, right? Like it's certainly true that the level to which we can reason is almost its own category, right, in a certain sense. But that's just to say that there's an attribute that humans have as a species that no other animal shares. But that's true of spiders, right? Spiders are the only species, as far as I know, that can spin cobwebs that fine, right? But that doesn't make them not animals, right? That just, you know. And so look, I also can.
Well, actually, synthetic biologists have reprogrammed, I think, some goats to shoot spider web. So you know that's.
Oh, fine.
And I evolved computer programs that reason. My point was somebody said we're different, we're not animals because we reason. And I'm like, okay, all I'm saying is that is not a sufficient argument to prove that you're not an animal when animals reason. Now, if you want to say that I'm wrong or whatever, but it was a sufficient demonstration that an animal can use reasoning to make a choice.
You're filibustering. Let somebody else talk. What I said was we have language which no animal has other than a bark, or
and only
parents can talk, or they can
That's
mimic.
also not true.
No, you're interrupting. We have language.
Trying to stop you from embarrassing
no
yourself.
linguist on the earth, no scientist on the earth knows where it came from, because it is so unique, it is so unbelievable. They're mind boggled about it, but yet most of them are atheists anyway, or evolutionists.
Can I ask you a question?
The evolutionists have tried to convince people that we descended from an ape, yet you got more anthropologists or anthropaleontologists, I guess, than you do have specimens that they can piece together and wax together and try to make it appear that man came from.
So I highly recommend that when you talk
evidence.
to, go ahead. I was just going to say, I highly recommend that when you talk to biological anthropologists and evolutionary biologists like myself, especially people who do it for a living, I suggest that you tell us what we think and believe instead of asking us.
Okay.
But
well, I know what you.
But no. Here's what I'm getting at. Who says we have the highest intelligence?
What?
When you make this argument to me, science can't figure out why our intelligence is so great. You say, is
science
this
is wrong
science
all the
is?
time. Science is good for maybe 100 years and it changes. That's on the high end.
No, but
it's always changed.
But I'm asking about your case about our intelligence.
The thing is the Bible.
Okay, so here's the thing. You tell us our intelligence is so beyond the capability of science or any other species to understand, right? But who says that? According to who?
Well, look around.
No, guys, please let Bible research answer the question. Go ahead.
No, look around. Have you ever seen an animal do what people do? Do they build things? Do they design things? Do they make ships? Do they make
So
computers?
here's what I think logical problem of Weevils is getting at, and he's definitely not here to start trouble with a name like that. No, but hear me out. The issue is it's circular reasoning, because what you have is human beings looking in the mirror going, look how cool we are, because we build things and we make iPhones and we're smart and we have 401ks. And we look around and we go, nothing else can do that. Oh my goodness, we must be created in the most spectacular fashion ever. Whereas dolphins could sit there and go, well, look at us. We can make little click, click, click noises and they travel through the water hundreds of thousands of miles, and we could orchestrate a little circular dance and attack a fish together. And humans just go, nah, you guys aren't as smart as us. Octopus could do all types of crazy stuff. So it's just circular reasoning for humans to decide that humans are the most highly evolved species on the planet.
Again.
I'm not filibustering. I'm trying to explain something to you.
Well, you're not explaining.
It takes time.
We've heard these arguments before.
Education takes time. I'm sorry.
You're explaining your option, and your opinion is based on your education.
Yes, it's my opinion that we're animals.
Evolution.
My friend.
You've been brainwashed by evolutionism.
You are continually projecting, my friend.
Okay.
It is literally you who has been droning on.
I'll tell you how you can. I'm sorry. Who's speaking?
So
I'll tell you how you can tell a human from an ape. When you go to a zoo, the ape is the one inside the cage. Okay. That's how you can tell. But otherwise, there is no comparison at all.
I'd say the ape is the one putting other apes in cages, but go ahead.
Okay. All right. Hang on, real quick, guys. Hang on, everybody quick. Okay, Hillary's emails. Let's see if your mic's working. Go ahead and say something. If you're trying to say something, we are not hearing you. Anybody hearing anything?
She's consulting with Joe Biden's laptop.
Ooh.
I can't hear anything.
Okay, go ahead, James. We can hear you.
Okay. My whole point about asking, like, oh, if we're animals, all right, is rape wrong?
Do you want me to answer this? Am I gonna get a chance to like get back on the topic, or?
Yeah, and this will get back onto the topic.
Okay. Yes, rape is wrong.
Jay, Weevils.
Yeah, I'm with you. Rape is wrong.
I mean,
Yep.
but I probably mean something different from wrong than you do, right? But yeah.
Okay, so we all agree that raping another individual is wrong, but in the animal kingdom, right? In the animal kingdom, there's another part of the life.
Not true. Not according to me.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't making an appeal to nature. But I mean, that's irrelevant to the fact that we're animals. The fact that we're animals is irrelevant to the fact that humans are different from other animals, or that we're intelligent, or that we have language or civilization or what have you. And all of this is irrelevant to bodily autonomy. But
what she said. I concur.
Oh, I didn't hear that last part.
The point that I'm making is that from a biblical perspective, right? God created all the animals, created the fish, the fowl of the air, the beasts, all of it. Then he specifically created man to be in his own image. He breathed into the nostrils of Adam.
Hunter Biden's laptop is Hillary's email's significant other.
A spirit. We have a spirit and a free will to choose whether or not we want to do things. See, animals, they don't have free will to do what.
Can I ask you a question? Do I have the free will to not have free will?
No, let's not go there.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, James.
Okay, because I really don't give two licks and a popsicle what the Bible. Let me be perfectly clear about that. Okay, whatever the Bible says, I'm for the opposite of that. Okay.
I figured that.
Hold on. So for the opposite of loving your enemy and praying to them.
I'm opposed to the fascist parts of the Bible. There's some good parts, all right. Like the one part
there's no fascist part of the Bible. The Bible literally says Jesus Christ, God manifest in the flesh, lived a perfect sinless life, and died on your behalf.
I literally said this is not relevant to the conversation. I do not care what the Bible says. Do you understand?
I understand that, but what you're doing is you're coming into a chat of people who believe the Bible to some extent, and you're trying to reason with them using way.
All right, so let's grant you the breath of life, nature of God thing, and let's see what comes after that. What comes after we're not
the Bible? Then life starts after birth, when they take the first breath of life. So we're not going to go off what the Bible says, right? Because the Bible advocates for all sorts of weird abortion. So let's go with that. Let's go with actual respect for human rights, which would be respect for bodily autonomy. Now, do you have anything that's like an argument in relation to that value? Because I believe we share that value of like the sanctity of human life.
No.
And that we shouldn't be raping people. We shouldn't be torturing people. We shouldn't be forcing people to have babies against their will.
Why?
Right?
Why not?
Because it violates your bodily autonomy.
What?
I don't care.
Bodily
it's nonsense to me.
I think we're to give the baby a choice.
Listen, let's move on to something else. The argument over bodily autonomy as being defended.
Baby's bodily autonomy is equally respected
for the justification for like these kinds of actions. I'm done with that one. So let's move on to some of the other folks talk. So Hillary, have you fixed your email? Hillary's email. Have you fixed your microphone?
No, she said nope. Okay, he said nope. Sorry. Yeah. All right, go ahead.
I have a good question.
I mean, I think for a lot of people, bodily autonomy is the whole abortion issue, and there's like no more central thing. But I get that you guys think that's a non-starter. At the same time, I think that like, there's no point in not granting you guys the biblical worldview because that could be a non-starter. Go ahead.
The reason it's not a non-starter, it's a non-starter for me anyway, is the same logic should extend outside of the womb. If you're going to look at it from an autonomy perspective, right?
Exactly.
Like,
but I think some of us are saying it doesn't in concept. It might, but it just maybe doesn't because of some practical constraints. But I'm listening.
My point. Hang on. My point is that, and this is what I was trying to establish with Lena earlier on this whole deal, was you have to, if you're going to use something as a fundamental justification logically, then you have to be able to extrapolate it out. And then if it becomes invalid further down the chain, then it's invalid at the front of the chain too. And
you did not reduce to absurdity what my argument was.
I literally reduced it down to whether or not you had autonomy over your dick inside of a vagina, an asshole, or a mouth. Okay, and we established that per your position, you maintained autonomy over your dick, even though it was inside the body of another human being.
Wait, I don't get the connection, because to me, even the extrapolation thing is like we do this all the time, right? Like it might be raining, right? And at some point, like I could literally go outside in the rain and like not even acknowledge that it's rain, because it's just kind of sprinkling drizzles once in a while, and even have to put anything on, right? Then there's another level of rain in which it's like really dumb to go outside without an umbrella. And there's another one to where it's raining so bad that if you go outside, like something really awful could happen to you.
Jay, I'm extrapolating this out to when, if we're talking about bodily autonomy, and we're talking about the extrapolation of once it leaves, right?
But what I'm saying is that that's not charitable.
Bro, you have to maintain, dude. You have to act like a fucking adult, bro, in terms of reality, and not this myopic little juvenile worldviews that get perpetuated in these arguments. Okay, so if you're gonna claim that I can just exterminate, whoever talks next while I'm talking is out. Okay, I'm gonna make a freaking point here, and if I get interrupted, you're gone. And by the way, Flying Disciple, man. If you can't handle people using strong language, and you're an adult, and you can't like handle adult conversation, go like play with the children, okay? Because I literally at the beginning of every single one of these streams, I say if you can't handle the heat, then don't come. All right. So if you don't want to have adult forceful conversation, you can't handle it, go away, or I can ban you. Your choice. Now, in the context of the overall extrapolation of the points being made here, is if you want to argue for bodily autonomy and post-birth, you legally aren't allowed without ramifications to just abandon the child, which is dependent upon you. Okay. If you say, oh, well, I can't do whatever I want now. I mean, think about the arguments that are made for abortion. She's not going to be able to get a job. She's not going to be able to get education. She's going to be low income. All these different things are used to argue in favor of abortion. Okay. Well, you could extrapolate out the same point post-child being born and say, oh my goodness, I have a kid. I can't do everything that I want. I can't go party with all my friends. I can't do everything that I always wanted to do. But now that I have a kid, therefore, I can just exterminate because I no longer have bodily autonomy. And if anybody thinks that's not what's being argued in extrapolation of this logic, go look at the Virginia law, go look at the New York state law, and the ones that are being pushed in California to allow for the execution of children post-birth. There's legislation being pushed right now to go up to 28 days after birth to be able to kill the kid. So don't claim that this is not the extrapolation of the points that are being argued in law right now. And it's somehow, oh, well, it's not the same thing. It is the exact same freaking thing. I yield. And where is this?
It's all the same thing. And what's in the law books is irrelevant to what I believe on the situation. But yeah, it's absolutely not the extrapolation. I've already stated before that I believe
if you don't see the extrapolation, then my point about you not being able to see more than one step ahead is being proven beyond all doubt. It's the same thing with you guys and same people in chat not grasping the point about if you're going to argue that something that is in your body is completely under your control from an organic biological perspective, then the same logic would have to apply to a component of you that is not actually genetically part of the woman, right? Being in, or the man, whatever context you want to go with, being inside of them.
LPP, can I ask you something?
Who maintains control under your logic of bodily autonomy?
So my thinking about
that person.
My thinking about it was this, like, all right, because somebody asked me this in the chat, like, you use the example of parental rights, like, you know, afterwards, the baby's holding up my life. I can't party with my friends, can't do drugs. My boyfriend left me, and now my home situation isn't stable, whatever, right? Some people would say, okay, well, you can give up your parental rights, right? And if you just extrapolate that backwards, the only way to give up your parental rights, you know, before the baby comes out of you is to, abort it. And my thing, hang on, before you do, let me just say this. My thing is, I don't even want to do that. And here's why. I want to allow you to be able to say, no, that's totally different. Because we don't extrapolate. That's my point. We don't call torrential downpours light drizzles for a reason. Because extrapolating isn't always, like, you can extrapolate, but at some point it just becomes something totally different, right? In the same way I know you would say it's totally different if the baby's already been born versus, hey, it hasn't and we got to go protect it. I don't want to go, yeah, you're right. So let's not extrapolate backwards, but don't extrapolate the other way.
Giving up parental rights is an option for giving up parental rights, execution of your child. Yes or no?
No.
Without legal ramifications.
No.
Okay, cool. So, is it remotely coherent to say you could potentially go the opposite direction?
What I'm saying is,
or is the point you're bringing up completely irrelevant?
No. The point I'm bringing up is, look, if someone is arguing about having an abortion to terminate a pregnancy, I think the charitable thing to do, even if you oppose that position, is to just restrict the conversation to terminating the pregnancy. Because to say, oh, well, if your principle is bodily autonomy, then you've got to extract it to after the womb. And then what about when the baby's 35? Or what about during consensual sex with another human being? I feel like I get what you're saying logically. Go ahead.
Hang on. At age 35, assuming the child is not like mentally retarded or like disabled or whatever, right? Legally at age 18, the kid can be kicked out of the house legally, right?
Right. And
why is that?
Because they fit our legal definition of an adult, and a parent
and being
no
able
longer
to
has
do
obligations
what?
to them.
And they're able to do what? Hypothetically.
Vote?
No, take care of themselves. Right?
Sure, maybe. I don't know. Have you met many 18-year-olds lately? But go for it.
Well,
yeah, sure.
I agree that most 18-year-olds
in theory, yeah.
I mean, are you familiar with the legal concept of emancipation?
Yeah, no, totally.
Okay, cool. Okay, hang on.
Go ahead.
So let's think about this. From a legal perspective, if I want to be emancipated as a minor, you have to prove a variety of things, one of which is that you have the capacity to take care of yourself, right?
Right.
Or that you're in because even if you're in a horrific environment, right? The judge isn't necessarily going to emancipate you if you're 7 years old because you live in an abusive environment. They'll take you away from it, right?
Right.
But hypothetically, anyway.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, I know you're agreeing with me, but my point is that you say, oh, extrapolate out to 35, right? Well, I'm saying like, okay, well, we have clear delineations that are established upon logical reasons. And in this context of when the parent is able to suspend any responsibility for the caretaking of the child, of their offspring, right? It's because that legal precedent or standard is they have the capacity to take care of themselves.
Right. So maybe 35 was a bad example, right? But LPP, I get what you're saying. But my point is just to say, I agree with you. And the same way we would say, whoa, 35 is different. You're an adult, you can get kicked out the house at 18, and 35 is way beyond 18. My point is to say, and again, I'm not telling you to agree with the other person. I'm just saying from my perspective, if you really disagree with somebody like Lena, the best way to steelman them is not to do the whole extrapolation thing, It's actually to just grant them, like, hey, we're only going to talk about this bodily autonomy thing in the context of terminating a pregnancy, right? Which a pregnancy is different than post-pregnancy.
Bro, I don't know if you were listening to Lena.
Yeah.
Lena's position is that if it's inside your body, you have complete control over whatever it is. That is the position that's been stated. I've asked multiple questions to establish the train of thought of the position of Lena.
Yes, right. So when if it's inside your body, right?
Yeah. The Lena's position, and Lena, correct me again if I'm wrong on this, because I asked you multiple times with great specificity. You kept telling me, I agree.
No, we get that. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. To specifically address things like what you are saying right now, Jay. I specifically did that with Lena, accounting for people like you trying to make these arguments in the future.
All I'm saying is this. When you extrapolate it to something like outside the body,
that's why I used examples of inside.
I'm just saying you don't have to, because you're fundamentally changing what the person is arguing so much. You're not talking about the same thing anymore.
No, you're not. You're
talking because you're talking about pregnancy anymore.
Jay, I specifically delineated. Were we talking about unique genetic organisms, right, that had different DNA code, that was the foundation of those cells? Were you not paying attention when we established?
Yeah, we established that all that might be true, but we're still talking about pregnancy.
No, we're at the root of all this. If the foundation of bodily autonomy is not just, because we were talking about not just when you're pregnant, we're talking about being able to do for your bodily autonomy. You have complete control over your body.
So right? When else was that violated?
This has been clearly established. So in the point I was making was, if we're going to say that anything is inside the person's body is completely under their control, then you have to extrapolate that to something as blunt as the point I was making about the penis.
Say this again about the penis.
Okay. Bro,
I just want to make sure I'm clear on it.
Not paying attention at all to this.
No. It's not even that. You're
done for right now. Right. Somebody who's come in, they're going to talk. What's up?
Can I? Sorry.
Can I just summarize the argument real quick? If I can man it properly.
Welcome to the stream. How you doing? You got anything you want to say? Okay, I guess no name's not saying anything.
Is it all right if I steel man your argument? Because I want to make sure I'm getting it right.
No, you're not talking.
I want to speak on extrapolation.
Why did you have me on here?
Dude, I talked to you nonstop for like 40 minutes, bro.
Yeah, but we didn't actually get anywhere. Like, you didn't. All you did was ask.
Okay, I said silence. Go ahead, Dan.
I mean, we were gonna get a chance.
I want to talk about extrapolation. Creationists understand this, but Darwin over-extrapolated what observable life, what we see, breeding and stuff like that, into the unobservable.
Thanks for dropping that
common
link.
Ancestry. Now, he didn't have a speck of evidence for that. He couldn't find it in a fossil record. He couldn't find it anywhere. It was strictly in his imagination. So if we're going to talk about extrapolation, I think we ought to carry this argument back to why the left, or, well, maybe not all the left, but all left, but the people that believe that the human is the embryo forward until it leaves the body is not a human being. That comes really from, I think it comes from Darwin. Well, eugenics. Remember eugenics? That came from Darwin's book.
Thank you for the contribution.
Hey, would you? Who's interrupting?
Dude, you've been droning on.
Lena, you're backstage.
What I'm trying to say. If I can get a word in.
Lena, you can come back in.
I'm sorry, John. John.
Hang on, Dad. Lena, you can come back in. I put him backstage. I'm not booting me left. If you want to come back in, I will let you back in. But when I've directly told you to be quiet, let
this is talk, hysterical. You just got to submit to their will.
You have to learn to be quiet.
This is an exercise in control.
Bubblegum's been being quiet, and Slavic hasn't said anything. And then if No Name wants to talk, he can come in as well. Go ahead, Dan.
what I'm saying is this whole thing of killing babies or embryos, I call them babies, embryos and what they call fetuses, started with, I think it started with eugenics, actually, but, you know, it came forward and it was adopted by people who wanted to get rid of the lower class. It's sort of a Hitler-like thing. You know, we're too good to have these poor, imbecile, uneducated people around. Well, Margaret Sanger, I guess you remember her, she was a abortionist, but that was a tool of her. She was actually a eugenicist, but that was one of her tools. She promoted abortion really in the name of eugenics. But eugenics is a really horrible thing. The only thing left of eugenics in the United States is abortion. Everything else has
Lena,
been
this
eliminated.
is nuts. These guys are literally
So,
nuts. Like,
once we can show you that there's no evidence for
Bible Research
evolution,
Tools got to have a channel.
then there's really no evidence that people are animals, that they're different, they're special. All
This
animals
is fun,
really
though.
are special. I agree with you. All animals are special. All plants are special. They never change. I mean, they have variations, but they never change from one type to another. They're always consistent. It's been that way throughout history. There's not one shred of evidence that is untrue. It's always been the same. Darwin can't prove it. No evolutionist on this planet can prove it. Now, most evolutionists believe the other evolutionist has the evidence. But that's the only reason they believe in evolution, because they don't have the evidence. Nobody, there's not one shred of evidence for evolution on this planet. There's no transitional fossils. Two different things violates Darwin's theory right in the fossil record. That's disparity before, what's the other one? Disparity before, what do you call it?
It is, but these are the type of channels we're trying to learn how to interact with, and
just the opposite. He believed there'd be a gradual
you know,
transformation.
we're trying to go in the mission field, guys.
Single cells or multiple cells to higher order animals, but yet we see that just the opposite in the fossil record.
Sometimes
Another
someone
thing he
needs to
predicted was
dominate
fine
you. You need to
gradations,
just let them. I don't know what else.
between one type of animal to another.
They're
Well,
just
he
going to
couldn't
let
find
this
them in
guy
his day,
ramble his
and after
nonsense, I guess, too.
160 years of feverish digging by paleontologists and their graduate student, they still haven't found
Does he have a
not in the
channel,
whole
Bible
world.
Research Tools?
Now, they can imagine transitions like from this looking creature over here, but it's just imagination. Without
Just
actually seeing that
imagination.
transition, there's no evidence, zero evidence. Well, so what
Yep,
do they
there
do?
he
They
goes.
come up with junk
151
DNA. That's
subscribers,
great
22 videos.
Well, except there wasn't
Subbed.
evidence. There was a false claim, a myth. they
Bible Study
created.
Tools videos.
Now they got
Subbed.
this ERV thing, which that's sort
We're
of
in the
ridiculous.
lines then, folks.
In the beginning they had Haeckel's embryos, his fake drawings.
They've got some.
it
They've got
finally
some
took
viewers though who probably are
couple of
though.
team of scientists. I
Also,
think
we
they're
get
from
to
England,
watch them embarrass
Richardson et
themselves
al.,
and make them say the
shame
quiet part out loud. So
evolutionists
there's
to take
value
it
to
out of their
that.
textbooks.
Like make them say that we're not
Everybody was taught
animals.
that,
Make them
Haeckel's
say
embryos
that Darwin
proved
had no
evolution.
evidence.
These
They're
guys
putting
are
on
nothing
record
but
how
a bunch
wrong
of
they
con
are.
men,
That's the
and
beauty of
until
it.
everybody knows it,
And we can
this
chop it up
argument's
into
never
funny
gonna be
clips.
settled. And that's all I got to say for now.
They just do all the work for you.
One earlier point, right? Just the narrow thing. Like, I think my understanding of the history of abortion doesn't quite track what you said, because I think, so, I mean,
The history of nothing tracks with what he says.
So prior to 1803 or something, 1803, 1805, there was actually no law that prevented abortion. In fact, I think Benjamin Franklin
Good night, Cameron.
even published recipes for abortion, right? Like abortifacients, like pennyroyal, and so on. So
I think they do believe him. They just want to believe they need to.
Right? He's a historian, but he probably.
But my
has his
crew
own
is in here, right? I'm gonna hang with my crew. As long as my crew's in here, I'm not gonna leave them.
Prior to the 1800s, the attitude was that, essentially a version of my body.
Yeah, I didn't understand what any of that was about, Lena. That's what we were all trying to get back to, and he refused to explain it.
Abortion rights started getting stricter until.
Also, let me
I guess,
fix
Roe
this
v. Wade
bot.
and so on. And I don't think, and eugenics, if I remember,
Lena,
is
you on
like,
Pocket Locker?
was a
I'm gonna
20th
make
century.
Pocket Locker's chat less restrictive.
I don't know.
I understood most of what you said, but you said that before the 1800s that it was
It's
pretty
just
much
because of
no restrictions
the
on
sex
abortion.
bots. Some of those
I don't know
words
about
are there
absolutely
to
no,
try to
but I
avoid the
think
sex
it was
bots.
generally understood that.
But Lena, I'm gonna make you a mod anyway.
Yeah, like maybe similar to like our current attitudes. That
Well,
was his point.
I read a lot of history all the way back to the medieval days, and I don't know if anybody's ever mentioned it. So if you'd like to provide those links, those just name the articles.
All right, Lena, you're a mod now. You should be fine.
Okay.
All right, let's let Bubblegum say something, and then No Name, if you got your mic fixed, let us know, and then Slavic. Go ahead, Bubblegum.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we're gonna read out No Name, but
Okay.
Bubblegum's gonna go first. Go ahead,
Okay. I thought you just asked me to let me know. So, okay.
Well, if he doesn't
All right.
Bubblegum, you got like 2 seconds to respond. If you don't respond, we're going to No Name. Yeah.
Well, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. Well, my take is different. I'm not against abortion, but I'm also not.
No,
pro-choice.
you're good, Lena.
Well, I do admit his life.
It was a good reminder to make you a
Roe
mod.
versus Wade said is you can have an abortion. They never said
Also,
it
thanks for
wasn't
hitting me
okay.
up on the
They just
Discord.
give him permission. So you can't just go walking around.
I'm gonna try to
and
start a
say
chat
it's
with
not
you
a
over
child.
there.
It clearly is. But I'm wondering from you because I do support eugenics.
Hold on,
And all
what?
that stuff.
Hold on, what?
Yeah.
You're a eugenicist?
Yeah.
Guys,
I thought that was
come
obvious.
on. You got to stay up with the late night
well,
crew.
you
We
haven't
got
talked
an
about this
open
before, so-
eugenicist in the house.
Oh yeah, you weren't there.
Come on.
It was one of your streams.
We
where,
are
like, you weren't
deep
there.
in the interwebs
So,
of
you're
religion
gonna
and
have to defend this position.
politics.
So, what do you mean by your eugenicist?
An
Are you wanting
evolutionary
to
biologist on the panel with the
certain
open
races?
eugenicist, folks. Come on.
It's simply regulating what is allowed, regulating the genetics allowed into the population. So I'm totally pro. Like if in Norway, if the child is born they'll test the fetus if it has
Yeah, I would love to interview genetically
it'll be a
modified skeptic
mandatory
and talk
abortion.
about
So they
Jesus,
wouldn't
talk
get-
about our
you have
love
a
of
choice.
Jesus.
So I'm not against abortion.
Sorry, just reflecting on his
I'm not
recent video.
pro-choice.
So,
I have to jump in
if I'm-
here.
go ahead, Slavic.
Because for me, that's gonna move down the slippery slope of the next thing will be like if your child is not genetically predisposed to a certain IQ, we're gonna have to abort him.
I think Doug's kind of a eugenicist.
Well, no, it's not like that. It's more like they're defective.
Well, yes, if your IQ is lower than 70, you're an imbecile. What is the definition, right? Even the army won't take you.
Well, no, that's
No,
IQ comes later, but you can definitely tell. But that's different than a child who's clearly has like a very bad mutation. You can weed this
Yes,
out.
but
in the fetus.
IQ is very, very tightly correlated with your genetics.
Yeah,
They figured out
well-
that maybe like you can adjust it by teaching somebody by a few points up or down, but mostly it's tied to your genetics. So what they're gonna do is then, well,
I mean, as long as it's not effective. That's what I'm
right
saying.
now it's not. Right now, let's say they figure it out in 20 years. They figure out how to figure out who has the higher IQ, and then it'll be like, all right, anybody lower than this IQ, we will not allow to
Well,
have
you
children.
can't. What else? You can't IQ test babies. You can only test if they have like
parents.
some sort of.
Parents.
Well, no, we're IQ testing. You can't IQ test fetuses. The fetus is the.
Yes,
this
but
is
you
the-
can IQ test the genome. So they
No,
they check your DNA and say,
You can test the
You
genome
have-
if it's defective, but that's not IQ testing the genome.
no.
I want to know about the IQ test for genomes.
Yes, it's not genome; it's a DNA.
But I'm
Doug,
the
yeah,
DNA
Doug
in
last
your
year
body
was
is
talking
tied
about,
to your IQ.
but basically
It
it was
is
on
how?
the parents' end. Like
Yes.
the
There's
parents
studies
got to
on
be able to prove
But not
they
in the
can
way you're
take care of the child.
So
and
if I send
will
23andMe a
end
DNA
crime by making sure
swab, they
poor
can tell me
people
my
can't
IQ?
reproduce.
Exactly.
Not 23andMe, but other
Okay.
people they done this test.
Maybe it was like a social eugenics or something.
they
It was
run through
some,
the scanner.
typical Doug right
Yeah, they check
winger.
your
I haven't
DNA
really
and
thought through
it's
this type
correlated
of
to your IQ points.
assuming he would be in a position where he'd be in his current position in society.
From saying that you could take
Hasn't really thought through whether or not he'd actually want to live in that world.
The egg and figure out exactly how they would combine to form and predict exactly what genetic would result. Right?
Love those Pine Creek Counter-Apologetics.
You could still predict the IQ then. That doesn't mean the sperm and the egg now suddenly. It's just a potential, right? It's not actual.
Yeah, it's kind of silly.
Right. No, I think the point I'm assuming Slavic, I'm assuming the point you're making is that regardless of how currently effective the tests may or may not be, they do exist. How accurate they are is what's totally being debated. But hypothetically, in the future, which is the point you're making, if we can test these things, then it could potentially be utilized for the justification of the abortion of the child because, it's not going to be X. And this goes to the whole point of what's happening in all over the place now. You have the dual parent, like the dual father children that are being artificially inseminated. You've got the ongoing discussions about whether or not it's ethical to allow for, they're going to have blue eyes. I don't want a blue-eyed kid. I wanted green. And all the different biohacking, which...
All right, guys, I'm going to entertain us by trying to flame the chat. Let's chat. Let's chat. Let's YouTube, watch YouTube, and chat while we chat. Okay.
Are you laughing
Let's
about this?
let's get into this a little bit more. I've been chatting back here backstage.
Oh my God! Are you serious?
I'm gonna show you guys what I'm putting in here. Hey, chat.
You can laugh, but it's actually happening in China already.
About something
there's like this comedy, this comedy duo called "What Is Kids You Know?" And they have this comedy sketch in which you go to the doctor and you get like a designer baby, and the doctor is like this super liberal. And so he keeps pushing for very progressive. Do you want a crippled baby? Do you want a black baby? Are you racist? And they just give the white couple a black baby, and they just mix it into a pirate.
Don't play a hate.
Hilarious.
But
congratulate.
About the genetic thing about your IQ, they actually already have tests that they can, not 23andMe, because that's just a company that's trying to sell their product. But there's already enough information for them to figure out how your IQ from your.
Let's get some more guys. Does anybody know?
Not your. I'm not talking about what you learn.
If I can store my discarded.
I have to go, John. I just want to let you know. I got an doctor's appointment this.
Into.
But anyway, thank you very much. I really enjoyed it.
Have them DNA. IQ tested. Wait, have the.
We'll pray for you.
Well, I was gonna say.
Have the.
I was gonna say. Well, the thing, you can detect if the baby's gonna have Down syndrome.
IQ
pretty obvious. And I'm pro.
And then use.
Well, when it's a fetus, it's regular. I don't care if it's the uber smart baby or not uber smart, as long as it's not a defective baby.
Okay, but let's say this way. Let's say in 20, 30 years they figure out if they tweak this part of the genome, they can make your baby uber smart. And in the future, if you want a good job, you need an uber smart baby.
Select
your kids have the
best designer.
Well, and if in the future we can tweak the genetics, we could just fix the babies. But I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah, they wrote a book about this about 60 years ago called Brave New World. So just letting everybody know.
All right.
But Hillary's emails showing me some love.
That just showcases that.
Unfortunately, Hillary's emails is a dude, so that's a problem.
Made
that's a
in this entire thought process that went through very, very
that's not going to be too useful
with them. I was never suggesting that action was acceptable, and you agreed.
His ideas about LGBT are pretty bad, as are his societal thought experiments. I would not vote for Doug for president or
I also established
a high overlord of society
because
he just happens to be a descendant of Myron. That's pretty much all he's got going for him. And as you know, you shouldn't believe that.
Raging idiot.
If you don't believe that, then good. You really shouldn't believe that. That's the point.
Forced impregnation. We also established that there were all sorts of things that could be done to further mitigate the probability of a unintended pregnancy from taking place. So if you extrapolate this out in any other context, if you make every single possible action,
wrote something down about
not
20
have
years
X
after my
occur, and it still
great-great-great-grandfather
does that mitigate you
flew.
from responsibility?
And he said
from whatever that was.
that
Of course
the flying
not.
man appeared
in no other context
to
would that be so.
500 people
and
and to
yet
12
you
other
still don't grasp
people
this.
at
Anyway,
the same
I yield,
time who witnessed
I do have a
this
question.
flying of my great-great-great-grandfather.
They were talking about the specific laws in states and trying to set
Flew
up
before Christianity.
different laws. Let's say
People
hypothetically,
who were
there was a country
antagonistic
that said
to the
in
man
our
flying, they never liked the guy.
this
They
is
came to believe.
hypothetical.
They never liked the
decided,
guy.
In our country, we will
They
not allow
came to
anybody
believe.
unless they are, they set
They
off
came
on
to
certain
believe.
characteristics. Whoever is not that, they will be aborted. Would you be okay with that? Like, since you are for, what is it called?
All right, let's see if flaming their chat's working.
Eugenics, yeah. Like the whole country said, the majority of the country said, we want this kind of laws. Would you be like, that's okay? I mean, we're still animals, so. Or would you be like, that's not right?
Me?
Yeah.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
I'm saying that if there was a country, they all agreed, they voted on laws that said that the only way you can have a child is if you fit into a specific criteria, how it looks, whatever they decided. And if you do not fit in this,
like the Nazis.
It doesn't have to be Nazis. Nazis just decided that the Jews were evil, whatever. But I'm saying that it doesn't matter. Whatever. Some country decided they wanted a specific look
Lena.
or a specific characteristic.
Lena, you trigger them.
Whoever does not fit on that,
They don't
will
like
be
the Lena.
Either aborted, don't live in our country, or whatever. Do you think that would be wrong?
Which is weird because she's
No, I
one
don't
of the
think it's
nice
wrong.
ones.
I mean, it's not my standard, but I don't think it's wrong. No.
Okay. So would you say you're saying it's not wrong because we're animals, or what's your basis on that it's not wrong? Because the antebellum South had the same ideas. It was just slavery.
Well, I'm guessing. Are you guys saying abortion is wrong because it's objectively morally bad? Because the reason I'm saying is because there is no morality.
So would you say that killing babies after they're born is still okay too? Because there's no morality, right? Technically, then.
Yeah,
what's the
I'm
difference?
no, yeah, I'm not. I would say it's not morally wrong.
So, let's say a mother, the kid is 5 years old. She lost her job. She can't.
Oh my goodness! I've been trying to explain this all fucking night long. This happens all over the goddamn world every day. You sheltered, fucking not understanding a goddamn thing about reality, American Christians. I could take you to so many places, and babies just get snuffed the fuck out every fucking night.
This is me.
Moms are just snuffing out babies, snuffing them out left and right.
I'm still an actor on this, so I can just stop her just out of my own free will.
But why specifically? What would cause you to say that we should stop her? Because if we're just animals, if she's
I'm not saying we should.
These guys are so triggered by being animals.
To do that. And I'm not gonna say it's because of my will, because of who I am.
Oh, you're your own god. That's right. You're a pantheist. I forgot.
No, I'm a pantheist. You think free will is pantheist? You think free will is a pantheist concept?
No, you said you just follow your own rules, so you're fine. You just do what you gotta do, bro.
Hold on.
No, I'm exploiting a free will. So
Sorry.
I don't see how that connects to pantheism.
Sorry about that. I'm just trying to figure out specifically, as a Christian, I see every human life as valuable, right? Well, if you do not see that human lives as valuable, if they're just animals, right? Just like if my dog gets sick, I had to put him down. He had cancer. They put him down. Yeah, it was kind of sad, but what do you do, right?
No, I don't accept humans or animals. I acknowledge humans have a spirit.
So do you think that they're more valuable than animals?
Yeah, I would say that, yes. But I'm still not gonna say it's morally bad to do this.
Can I ask you a question,
Okay. Because I just see as like I don't see there's a good choice here. Like
would
there's
it be morally right or morally wrong for me to kill you right now?
not more. It's not morally wrong. No. Am I gonna let that happen? No.
So
does it make a difference? Let's say that way. Like, is there any difference between somebody killing somebody and somebody not killing somebody? Is there any kind of difference between those two options? I know you're saying morally. I understand that you're looking at it as a moral is a specific type of judgment.
He's dead in one and alive in the other, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's the difference.
Yeah.
But is there any does it matter?
No,
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, why would?
No, not morally. No.
No, I'm not saying morally. I'm just saying in any way. Does it matter if somebody would?
Slavic, can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question honestly?
Go ahead.
Because I think this always gets to like, hey, I'm a Christian and I value life more than you atheist, and I just think that maybe cool, but like from corporate operator bubbles perspective, they're pretty much saying, hey man, I'm conceding that I don't give this whole life thing a lot of objective value. But then I feel like when you guys talk to most agnostics and atheists, we're like, hey, we actually do put a lot of value on human lives. And then you guys are like, no. Actually, this life is really just the appetizer. And the real life is the eternal life we get after this one. And this life is just a snack. And so I'm like, wait, I thought you were just this life is so precious. So I'm kind of confused because don't you think that there's a life beyond this one such that we should be willing to forsake this life for the benefits of the next, right?
Well, they're not utilitarians.
That's a good spin, bro, but not working.
I'm not trying to spin it at all. I'm asking him a question.
Yeah, let me answer the question. The way I look at it is, the reason this life is really important is because I think C.S. Lewis puts it this way. He says if you have an anger issue, right, and it's getting worse every day, but a little tiny bit, it doesn't really matter if you live 70 years. By 70 years, maybe people won't notice it as much. But if you live for eternity, well, then you need to deal with it. I look at while we're here on this planet, we have the opportunity to build a good character for the rest of eternity. So that's why this life is really important.
Well, my main question for you Christians is like, is it objectively morally, for like, is abortion objectively morally bad?
See,
wrong?
I understand. I understand what you're saying. If I can say morally it's objectively wrong, but since you don't look at things in you think morality is a religious term, would you agree with that or no? Or do you look at?
Well, I'm against the liberal take of subjective morality as well. I just don't think it exists at all. It's just a mental disease.
Bubble, would you think that it would be preferable in your mind, I'm not going to say right or wrong, that more people, maybe even everybody or most people, share your same view?
Yeah, but it's not something but that would require taking away people's free will, and I don't think that overcomes people becoming like me.
Is that a moral claim?
No,
See,
it's just
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's more like I just don't want people to lose their free will because
so it's a value claim.
No, because then it would just be robots and it wouldn't make sense.
I'm just wondering, by what criteria are you appealing to that?
He's just saying he can't force people to agree with him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that? Is that like a bad thing?
Well, I can only try to convince you.
Why?
But I mean, if it's a good or a bad thing or a neutral thing, then it has like a moral component to it. You would say.
What is the thing? I don't think one shoe fits all. So like, what might work for me might not work for you.
So that's subjective morality.
No, I don't believe in subjective morality. I don't think morality exists at all.
Do you think
so? Okay.
I kind of don't understand your position. If there is no morality, is there any right or wrong? Let's just keep subjectively. Is there better things then? Is that how you look at it? There's better things and worse things.
Well, here's the way I see it. If there is this right and wrong, it's just purely God's opinion. for example, in a programmer, if he programs like an avatar in a computer, he programs it to do a specific task, and if that avatar does that specific task, he's behaving rationally. But if that avatar bugs out and starts not doing that specific task the programmer programmed it, then it's no longer behaving rationally.
Corporate operator Bubble, you're a theist?
Yeah, I'm a theist.
You just don't believe in objective morality.
Yeah.
So what is God to you? What do you mean by being a theist?
Fundamental and ultimate.
Creator, not creator.
Creator.
Jesus, no Jesus.
Well, I would say the ultimate and creator are two different ones.
All right,
So
salvation, no salvation.
For those who want it.
Eternal life or nah?
I don't know about that one, actually. I'm still confused.
Okay, did Jesus die for your sins?
No.
Do you consider yourself a Christian?
No.
Okay. Do you have a relationship with your creator?
No.
Spiritual, soul, any of that?
No,
type of stuff?
No, I'm not religious.
Okay, thanks. I don't want to I don't want to monopolize. I actually got to head out. I got to, get up tomorrow. I'm sure some of you guys other do. I'm on the East Coast, so it's super, super late. LPP, thank you so much for having me on, man. I always appreciate my time on this channel. I'm like you. I'm game for the drama and the fallout of the adult language. I think it's a good time. I love the fact that people who genuinely disagree and come from wildly different perspectives come here. So kudos to you, and wish you all the best, man. Hopefully I'll see you soon. If you're going to be up late night like this, I'm sure we'll bump into each other, and if not, I'll reach out so we can set something up.
Right, man.
Come back again.
Yeah. Appreciate all you guys. Good to see everybody. Have a good night.
Yeah.
That was super fun, man. This community is the best, man. The wackier, the wilder, the better for me. What a night it has been, folks. Let's call it. Let me eat some food and go to bed, get up and start my week. Can't thank y'all enough for supporting and hanging out and chatting and all the stuff we've been through this weekend. It's literally just been so much fun. I'm gonna go ahead and end the stream. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, summer vibe, that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road.